All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader. 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello, happy Tuesday, everybody. How we doing?
What is happening?
I see you on this beautiful little Tuesday morning.
It's a nice little Tuesday morning, other than I got stuck behind somebody going 12 miles an hour for half my drive to work, and there is nothing more frustrating than that. Nothing. That one gets me more than any. When you're like in
unnecessary,
whether
slow
it's
driver.
intentional or unintentional, I don't care. If you don't know where you're going, that's on you. Pull over and figure it out. If the speed limit is over 25 and you're going less than half that, we're gonna have some issues.
Okay.
I'm not a honk guy,
Yeah.
but that's the only time that I will be on your ass like white on rice.
Would you rather have the unnecessarily slow driver or the uber aggressive driver?
The guy whizzing in and out of lanes.
Whizzing, getting on your ass, flashing you, get out of my way.
I'd prefer that guy because he's going to go by me and then I won't have to see him again. See you later.
But what if you try to get over and then he cuts over?
Then you're over there.
Now you're in the same spot.
Look, it's not great either. I'm not a fan of that guy. That guy's also a jackass. Why is there the need to drive that slow? I don't understand it.
Did you eventually see who was driving?
I did not. I ended up, it was down around here, so it was in our little pocket in our little neighborhood down here, the Pearl.
Our speed limit here is like, it's not very fast.
You can go 25 miles an hour and be okay. There was not a single car or person on the road in front of you.
I think most people drive 20 around here.
And I'm okay with 20.
It's like a school zone to them.
I can live with 20. 12 I can't live with.
12 is pretty bad.
I can walk 12 miles an hour. I can't, but I feel like I can. When you're driving 12 miles an hour,
12,
you feel like I could get out of my car and walk alongside this at the exact same speed. Can we just 5 more? Can we get to 18? Can I do 18 this morning?
The funny thing is, you're right. 10 to 12 feels like something you're like, dude, this is jog speed.
Like you're crawling.
And then you actually sprint as fast as you can. How fast am I going? 13. Oh.
I turn the treadmill on all the way up to 10, and I can barely keep up, and I'm falling over. But I feel like I can walk this fast. Can we pick up the pace a little bit, man?
Yeah,
Come on,
that's a bummer way to start a Tuesday.
Not a good way to start a Tuesday, but we're here. We power through.
We're doing all right.
We're ready to go.
I had the worst, debatably the worst question asked yesterday to me.
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So what do you want for Father's Day?
Oh, that's not good. You don't need anything. I don't need anything.
That's kind of what I said.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's my standard go-to answer for every holiday or birthday.
Yeah, can I go play golf? Like, can that count?
That already happened because this weekend is crazy busy, so it's not going to be.
So last weekend was the golf weekend.
Last week was the golf week. Yeah,
so you got your rounds in for Father's Day ahead of time, and now there's no time for activities.
It's not doable this weekend, and so she's like, "Well, what gift do you want?" I was like, let me noodle on that.
Yeah.
To which I'm going to come up with no answer.
No,
I don't need anything, and I
brutal.
don't know what I want.
No, I'm the same exact way. There's a part of me that almost despises at this point holidays when they come around for this reason. I like the idea of giving gifts. I just don't ever think about what I need, what I want. And then then you end up being like the bad guy to a certain extent of like, well, I need something. You got to give me something.
Right.
It's like, well, I don't need it. I don't have anything. I don't need anything. So you don't need to buy me anything. So I don't need something.
Well, the thing that's
Make me a nice breakfast. How about that?
Well, it's Sunday, right? What's Sunday's date? Is that the
23rd, I think, is Sunday?
The 23rd?
22nd? 21st?
So Sunday would be
21st. Father's Day is the 21st. Yeah.
The problem with that day is my wife's birthday is the next Saturday. So everything has been more about...
Right, you're totally overshadowed.
And I think she did this to me on purpose because
She was born on that day on purpose?
No.
A week after Father's Day?
No.
I'm going to hold this over your head for the rest of your life.
So it's the big 4-0 for her, and
Yes.
she proposed it. It's not a big deal to her, but like it's 40, right? That's a number.
I feel like everybody who turns 40 says the same thing. It's not that big of a deal, but internally you're probably like, damn, it's a big deal.
That's a number that's going to hit, and it's going to go,
Yeah.
Dude, 40?
40?
Already?
How did what?
This is too fast. So it's the 40, and I'm trying to plan. The initial plan that I had, I thought was a great plan. got completely vetoed and poo-pooed. And I went,
Uh-oh, we're 0 for 1.
But I'm not going to give up, right?
Right.
So I'm coming up with this other plan.
Plan 2.
And I already got her gift because it was going to be a gift I was going to give her, but then she brings it up. She goes, can you get me this? And I was like, I was going to try to surprise you with it.
And
but
now the surprise is gone. Now when I buy the gift, you're going to think the only reason I bought the gift was because you asked for it.
I think she trusts me enough to know that I would have got it, but it still was odd that she asked instead of just maybe wait and see. Maybe wait and see there.
All the steam of the gift is off now. The surprise, the excitement, it's all gone.
Well, my oldest is trying to get her a gift now, and then she is like, basically, she said out loud 2-3 days ago, she goes, "You're the worst person to get a gift for." And so I have a sneaking suspicion theory. She won't agree with this. She thinks I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
I have a theory based on yesterday's random question that she did that to prove that I'm also difficult.
That you're hard to buy a gift for.
And she dropped the line. She goes, I get a lot of grief. You're not easy. And I go, no, the difference is you get everything you want or need anytime.
Yes.
I don't buy anything.
No.
I don't know what I want. I don't think I want anything. And if you get me a gift, I tend to go, oh, that's actually dope. I could use that.
That was a good idea. Never would have thought about that.
Whereas, like, if we get you a gift, you either bought it already or it's not something you really want at all.
It's already in my wish list. It's already in my cart. I already had one on the way.
It's a gift hell I'm living in here.
This is one of the reasons why, as we've gone on in our relationship, I've gotten to the point where I try as hard as I can. Now, sometimes you strike out. I have a pretty universal, like, can we not do gifts? Can we just not do it?
But you can't eliminate it.
You can to a certain extent.
Though.
You can't. We can do nice.
She probably loves buying you gifts.
I'm sure she does.
Okay, so why are you gonna take that away from her?
Because I don't need anything.
I know, but when she gets you something, do you find yourself going, I like that actually?
Not 100. It's not 100% of the time.
I shouldn't have thrown that at you.
It's not 100% of the time.
Maybe thrown that at you off.
Often, yes, of course, I love the gift, but I would be lying to you if I told you there are times that I'm like, why? I don't need. Okay, thank you.
I just find it it's such an opposite situation.
Yeah.
Where I'm not good at thinking about things I want. I'm thinking about other things. I'm thinking about the show. I'm thinking about my yard.
What am I cooking for dinner tonight?
I'm thinking about what I'm making
and nobody's helping me come up with that plan, and I got to come up with it every day.
And then they're going to complain about that idea.
Oh, we're doing this? I have a food aversion of this right now.
We had that last Thursday. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
I'm not making 2 dinners every night.
Yeah,
it's not happening.
It's that, right? It's other stuff. I don't think. You know what I need? I need pants.
Right. You know what I could use right now?
I need a sweater. I don't think about that stuff. If I buy anything for myself, it's just, I kind of like this. I'm going to buy this.
Yeah, the most essential gifts that I will get, that I will never buy socks or underwear for myself, not because of some rule, just because I'm lazy and we wear them till the wheels fall off, baby.
I have the same.
And it's the only time of year, she's the only person that buys me socks and underwear. And it's when I open them, I'm like, thank God. But we needed that. We are on thin ice over here. We got some holes in places you ain't supposed to have holes right now, and I could desperately use like 4 new pairs of underwear.
I went on a Swigard shirtless run yesterday.
Ooh, probably felt delightful, nice and hot.
No, it didn't actually. I almost blacked out. I was in a rage. I did too hard of a run.
It was warm yesterday.
It was, yeah.
It was weird too because it kind of
very warm.
It sneaks up on you because it wasn't quite as sunny. Like I walked outside at one point and I was like, "Hey, it's not that bad out here."
Smoky.
It did feel a little smoky
when we left.
Yeah. Well, the wind blows the opposite way, so when we get the east wind, we don't have that cool marine.
Gotta have that marine
layer coming in.
Need that ocean air.
Then we turn. That's when we turn into the easy bake oven here.
Well, we didn't have that, so I go on this run. I get done with it, right? After I cool down, I'm finally not sweating anymore. I'm like, all right, shower power. I noticed that, and I felt weird on my run. I'm like, dude, it just had an odd feel. You know, something was off. I couldn't quite grasp what was happening. And then I realized that there was a hole exactly where my 2 bits were. And so they were dangling out while the sergeant friend was kind of like placed down. It was an odd feeling, and it didn't feel comfortable.
No.
So it was like, I looked down, and it's just a giant hole, and I'm like, well, these are done.
These are just dangling down through
I put
here.
them in my dirty clothes pile.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
need a little talc after
maybe
that.
Maybe one washing machine and dryer cycle will fix that hole. You never know.
It'll stitch it
You never
right
know.
up.
It could kind of come together, and the fabrics will connect again, and you got a good pair of underwear out of that deal. Look at that.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe if she got me underwear, that'd be a good gift, to your point.
Yeah, I'm just to the point now, like, because Father's Day, obviously, she wanted to do do something golf related, but she doesn't know or understand like the idea of booking tee times. So she asked me to book the tee time for Father's Day for her as a gift for me, if that makes sense. She's like, "Do you want to go play golf on Father's Day?" I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Well, I was going to surprise you, but I don't know how to book a tee time. So can you do it?" I said, "Sure, I'll do it." Yeah.
Does she not have our phone numbers? Does she not realize we would be more than happy?
Call and book a tee time. I mean, she could have called her dad too, but then she didn't know what time we wanted to play. And I was like, "Don't worry, I got this." So I booked a tee time, and I'm like, "That's all I need. Now I'm good. I'm all set. Don't worry about buying me anything."
So is that the gift?
That's the gift. I just
There
want
you
an
go.
afternoon of golf. It's not too much to ask.
This is an odd thing to say. I'm well aware. The reason I also wanted to play last week, not just because I knew the weekend was going to be busy.
You got
you're
US
going to be
Open
right
fever.
in front of the screen for
You can't wait
Shinnecock's
for the
finish.
final round of Shinnecock.
Is somebody going to have a four-wood like Corey Pavin?
Damn, how'd you guys know?
Somebody's going to make a double bogey to win it at +6.
How'd you know that's what I wanted to do all weekend?
I knew you. I know you, boo.
But it feels a little odd that on Father's Day, you're just gone from your family for 80% of the day.
What do you want as a gift? To be away from you
Yeah,
for 5 hours? Is that too much to ask?
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, my gift wants to be away from my family.
Little peace and quiet. That's not too much to ask.
I'm not mad
right?
at people. I've done it for years.
It's a counties, right?
It just, I was thinking about it. I'm like, it's going to be too busy, but also,
Right.
it is funny that on Father's Day, I'm like, see ya. 7 hours.
I'm going to be gone a whole after. I promise I won't go to the 19th hole. I promise I won't be there for
I'm
an
definitely
hour.
not going to play 27 today. What are you
Having
talking
another
about?
beer or two after the round. It
No
won't
chance.
It is a funny feeling. It's not necessarily wanting to be away from the family. It's more about like not the only thing, but like outside of being with family. And
That's what you do.
Like
It's
that's
your
what brings
hobby.
me joy. That's what like where is my happy place? It's
Yes.
standing from 170 yards out with a 7-iron in my hand, trying to make a birdie, and I'm 12 over through 5 holes.
Yeah.
That's my happy place, and it's 80.
12
It's
over.
83 degrees, and I got my speaker playing, and I got a cold beer in my hand. That feels good. That makes me feel satisfied in life, and so that's what I want to do for Father's Day.
Yeah, it's a good gift. It's a
not
great
bad.
gift.
Not a bad gift.
It's a gift I've had for years.
The toughest part, though, and I mean, we talked about this at Mother's Day, like for these kind of holidays, is trying to make everybody happy. It's not an easy thing to do because you got dads, you got father-in-laws, you're a dad, so you want to be appreciated. It's hard to fit that all into one weekend.
Well, yeah.
She wants to see her dad. I want to see my dad.
Sure.
I want to spend time with my kid on Father's
but
Day.
you take precedent. You are the
Yes.
number one
I mean,
on the day.
Look at me. I'm the big cheese.
Right.
I'm the father in the family.
Teddy ball game don't exist
That's right.
without you.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
I got swimmers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They be swimming.
Little Wyatt ain't coming along
Nope. You're welcome.
without you.
You're welcome.
Now, if you want to schedule like an hour go hangout session with your dad, go do that.
Sure. Go grab a beer.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Walk around on the weekend.
I would argue between us, the two of us, you're more obligated. Not that you don't enjoy it, but you have more of an obligation because guess what? Everybody in your life golfs.
That is very true.
I only have
That's very
1.5
true.
people in my life that golf.
Yeah, I got to figure out if my dad can play because then I might be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and invite both dads to the round of golf and then bingo, bango, bongo.
But then she doesn't see her dad. That's more, you're hanging out with her dad.
that's true.
He might be like, Andy,
That's
we're
true.
coming over after the round. And you're like, God, it's 5 hours and I love you, but
that's true.
it's been 5 hours.
It might be a little late on a Sunday too. You know me, my Sunday scaries kick in the middle of the day. I'm
I
out.
know.
I
know.
anything after 4 o'clock, it's Sunday scary territory. Okay, we're getting ready for the week. I'm not thinking about anything else. I've unplugged for 2 days. What have I missed? I got to get ready for shows. Like it's 4 o'clock, dude. It's time to go to work, man. I don't have time for barbecues on Sunday nights.
I do love the Sunday scaries kicking in for you as early as they do. What? Anything past noon? I'm out. I'm terrified.
I'm trying to get into bed at 8 o'clock. All right,
Yeah.
I only got 4 hours left in my weekend. I got to cook dinner. I got to clean up. I got show prep, man. There's a lot on my plate right now.
Dare to dream, my man.
Dare to
to dream. I went to bed at 10:15 last night. My wife was like, "Do you want to go to game night at my sister's house?" And I was like, "You know what? Actually, fine." And
All right,
I
let's do
walked
it.
over. It was 8:45. The sun is still out. And I'm like, it doesn't feel right to be in
No.
bed.
This time of year is really challenging. It's great because you get up in the morning and you're greeted with some sunshine and some warmth.
It's nice to have the light on the deck.
Like I've even occasionally had to put the sunglasses on because you get the glare of the sun off of a building in the wrong direction. You're like, whoa, kind of blinds you a little bit. So That part of it is nice, but the idea of going to bed while the sun is still out is it's a little depressing.
I'm with you there.
Because you can still see it peeking through the curtains. We don't have blackout curtains, and you're like, I know it's time for me to go to bed, but it feels like it's the middle of the day right now, and I want to go back outside.
As I'm driving in and I'm passing the 12-mile-an-hour people on the freeways, I am wondering how many of us early grinders out there are not going to bed like before 9:30.
Right.
Because of this situation.
Right.
It's nice out.
Yes.
The sun's out.
Your kids are playing. Like, if you have older kids, too, they're out playing. Like, the kids in our neighborhood are out. It's not super late. It's not annoying. They don't stay out till like 10 o'clock. But they're out there running around the streets till 9:30 at night. Just
maybe later.
Because it's summertime, and they're out kicking balls around and shooting hoops and playing soccer.
I know.
Like, it's nonstop. They never go inside until it's basically time to go to bed, and it's dark out.
I also love a good sunset, so it's like when it's 9:40, but it's still not bright, but like it's still light out.
Yeah, you want to see a sunset.
I just like the vibe of it, and I'm like, it's 9:40?
Makes you feel like you're on a tropical vacation.
Should have been to bed an hour ago.
What is happening right now?
It doesn't exist.
Somebody said I got home at 7:30 on Sunday. It was the worst thing ever. Tell me about it, dude. 7:30 on a Sunday. That's too late.
You think 7:30 is too late on a Sunday?
Getting home at 7:30? Too late. Too late.
Yeah, I didn't get to bed. I didn't get home till 7:30.
I know. You asked me to do something on Sunday, and I'm like, nah, it's too late for me, man. I can't.
Yeah, you're like, I got scaries. I'm like, really?
I'm not going to get done till 7:30, and then you got to drive home.
Yeah, it was
Then you got to see the family, and they want to say that.
I know.
Now everything's delayed. Now I'm not going to bed till 11 o'clock.
I mean, I didn't go to bed till, about like 10:05.
Right?
You're not wrong.
It carries over.
You're not wrong on that.
You get these weeks, too, where they like the bad nights of sleep build up, and then by the end of the week, you just want to melt into a ball. Because it always stacks. It's like 11 o'clock Monday, 10:30 Tuesday. Next thing you know, by the time Thursday happens, you're just like, oh,
dude,
my
Thursday,
God.
Friday is
I've
just
had like 12 hours of sleep this week, and I need some help, stat. This is not good.
Hops weeks will do that. Like,
yes.
Tuesday, Wednesday, you're probably okay, unless you get like if you get a late night extra innings or something. But
you do it twice a year. You put yourself in this situation twice. You get those pilot games too.
Yeah, that was different this year because I didn't travel necessarily like I used to all the men's games. So we did all the home men's and women's games. And so if they would play back-to-back nights.
Did you end up calling more games because of the women's games?
Absolutely.
Did you get paid more?
Yeah. I get paid per game.
Okay, so you did get paid for the women's game.
Yes.
It wasn't like, hey.
No. I get paid per game.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But, yeah, when you come in on pilots or hop seasons, I can look at you and be like, that went 10 innings last night.
That was a long one last night.
That was an overtime thriller that they lost again.
The one-offs are okay to overcome because you can take a nap or you
That's
power
right.
through,
If you
go
have
to
a
bed
game
early
on
the next night.
Tuesday and then you have a game
it.
Friday.
Yeah, if it stacks up on you.
You can get a nap the next day and kind of recover.
Oh, buddy.
I love that when I take a power nap somewhere, and I could sleep anywhere, 20-minute nap, boom, there you go. I love when someone goes, why are you tired?
Yeah.
What? What kind of a stupid-ass question was that?
Why do you think I'm tired?
First of all, who isn't tired?
Who isn't tired?
Anybody over
tired.
the age of 28 is tired.
Exactly.
I'm always tired.
I can't remember who it was. Somebody that just turned like 31. Or no, you know what? It wasn't 31. It's lowercase. I see lowercase the other day. I'm taking it's a commercial break. So I walk out. I'm like, what's up, Casey? How you doing? He's like, how you doing? I was like, what'd you do yesterday? He's
That's
like,
a pretty good Casey impression right there.
He's just like, I played softball last night. And he goes, my back's kind of hurting. And I go, oh, brother.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
You have no idea
what's in store for
how
you.
much worse it's going to get from you from here. And he goes, yeah, well. And I was like, all you're going to have to live for are golf rounds and softball.
That's right.
That's it, dude.
That's
and
all
then
you
we're
got.
going to die.
Yeah,
And this is
Memorial
over.
Day.
You
I
got
win.
golf and softball, and then you die.
And then you die. And he had a look
Bowling.
like,
You can throw some bowling in there.
You can bowl
I
if you
guess,
want, yeah.
maybe. Tuesday night bowling, that's
That
what you want to
tickles
do.
your fancy.
And he just looked at me like, with such like a realization of, damn, he's right.
He's
This
right.
Is all I have
Doesn't
left.
get any easier.
What?
Doesn't get better.
College is done, buddy.
I went and played goalie indoor soccer on Memorial Day. We had a little reunion thing from like the original indoor soccer team we had like 20 years ago. I was sore for 4 days.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Dude, I have that for the first like 2 rounds of golf that I play every spring. I'm ashamed at how sore I am.
Oh, yeah. In your
Ashamed.
back.
I don't want to admit it. I don't
Yeah.
want to talk about
You're
it.
like, I haven't used those muscles
Dude,
for
if you
a
play
while.
like twice in 4 days, you can my back is sore for a week.
I started walking my last round that I played. I walked, and I'm not going to lie, by hole 15, I went, my knee kind of hurts.
Yeah, it's kind of...
Might be golf cart time soon. 10 years from it.
Last time I played golf with a buddy, the same conversation was had on the 16th hole. It was like, can I ask something in a trust tree here? Are we that far off from being cart people?
We're broken.
You can't ask that on the front nine because you'll get laughed off of like,
can't.
oh, don't be a fat ass, walk. You'll be okay. But by the time you get to the 16th hole, everybody's in unison.
Well, it's a delightful little Tuesday. It's good to be in. Tuesdays, of course.
Mail sack.
Brought to you by Sparta TRT. Get those mail sack questions in at 503-864-6326. We got quite the busy show. Let's start with the World Cup. Got some fun with audio in the World Cup. Start with some of what happened yesterday. Dirt and Sprague, good to be with you. 105.1, The Fan.
McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan, the road unkind to the Portland Fire on Monday night in Minneapolis. The Lynx forced 22 turnovers, turned those into 26 points, and doused the Fire 107-74. 7 Lynx players in double figures, led by Natasha Howard's 18 points. Portland comes back home Wednesday to host the Storm. All 4 group play matches ending in draws Monday at the World Cup. The most surprising was the scoreless draw between tournament favorite Spain and first-time participant Cape Verde. 4 more matches today. We'll start at noon. France and Senegal in New Jersey. 3 o'clock, Iraq battles Norway in Foxborough. At 6 p.m. in Kansas City, Argentina takes on Algeria. The nightcap at 9 pits Austria and Jordan in Santa Clara. With the Big 12 Conference taking legal action of their own in regards to Brendan Sorsby's eligibility to play for Texas Tech, ESPN's Pete Thamel now reporting Sorsby will apply for the NFL supplemental draft, worried the college game will go to any measure to keep him from playing this season. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, welcome back in. Dirt and Sprague with you. 628 on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. Mail sack questions can be thrown in at 503-864-6326 or on Twitter at Dirt and Sprague. We will get to the Brendan Sorsby news yesterday. That was a nice little gift of like, all right, let's stop talking about this issue and legalities. And
That story's going to go away.
I'll just leave. And
Thank
we're like,
you.
Cool, man. Great decision. Good luck in the supplemental draft. We'll get to that. Got some Blazers on the show sheet.
Ooh.
Read about the Tiago Splitter stuff from The Athletic.
Okay.
It's been described as a fumble and a massive mistake by some.
Okay.
And then also, we had a politician on the radio station yesterday.
We did.
Waffling a little bit, but my takeaway is Dirt and Sprague going to be right.
Yeah, I heard they said they were going to have her on early in the show, and I thought, oh, okay, I'm curious to hear how that goes, and if it's contentious, and if she's, if it's a one side this, one side that argument back. It ended up being a really interesting interview. They did a great job with it, and I'm with you that if you were concerned, I would hope that it would be a reassuring tone that maybe you needed in your life.
Are we still set to have What's His Nuts on?
Dude, I've been playing text back and forth with this guy for like 2 weeks.
He's ducking and dodging?
He's pulling a dirt on me, which, I can't be too angry about.
She's more in line with the questioning of the funding, where it sounds like this person's more in line with do the funding.
Yes, the person we were going to talk about is more about we're going to get this done because it's a good deal.
Yeah.
Let's find a way to get the deal done. She was one of the ones who I thought was more on the fence. I'm with you, and that's why it was so reassuring to hear from.
So we'll get to that today as well. It is a loaded little program. How about the you bet yesterday live on the air, you bet Cape Verde to win against favorite Spain?
Draw would have been the bet, evidently. I got a little too aggressive.
A 0-0 draw? This is how crazy soccer is. I've enjoyed learning about the sport through the Premier League this year with Nottingham Forest. And I'll admit, it's been a slow roll into the World Cup for me, mainly because I don't know as many things about all these different countries and the rosters. Premier League's a little easier. But in watching that match, I'm like stunned. When I got home, I turned it on. I'm like, how have they not scored?
Is this still happening? They still haven't scored?
Yeah. This is the idea of what soccer is. And I forgot to bring this up yesterday because we talked a little World Cup. So there was an article written, if Spain truly wants to achieve their ultimate of raising the trophy, they need to do the one thing. Fire the coach.
We're one game into the World Cup, we're firing the coach?
One game in. You are correct. Tunisia lost 5-1.
Okay.
fired their coach.
Get out of here.
The first match of the World Cup group stage, fired the coach.
How long have these coaches been in place?
Some of the guys are returns. Other guys are
like
they
even
just
for the
get
new
hired.
ones, but you've been at least on the job
2 years.
technically for 2 years,
right? 'Cause
right?
You got to run the program
There's
and everything.
qualifiers you got to play in. You got to get ready. Like, when did we hire our guy for USA?
It was relative. I don't think it's been a year. Pochettino's been
Okay, it
on
hasn't
it.
been that long.
That was a big deal when they announced
I
him.
remember
Yeah.
it being
Yeah.
a big deal. That's the funny part for me of like.
It might be right around a year.
Okay, well, even then, like a year, and how many games have you actually played in a year, and then you have one bad outing and you're gone?
Well, but imagine
it's
if
hilarious
like
to me.
Tunisia had the same thing. They hired the guy. I didn't see when he got hired, but like imagine you're there for 1 year and the first match and you
Here we
lose
go, guys.
5-1.
Here we go, guys.
Get the hell out of
You're
here.
out. You're done. You're done. It's not happening. It's over.
You know, my theory in the NFL is if you get fired within the first like 4 weeks of the season, you never should have been brought back.
Because what's the point?
That's what I would say to Tunisia. Why did you have him as the manager?
If you're going to get killed in your first game, will you fire your coach? If you don't play well in your first game, are you going to fire your coach? And if the answer
Crazy.
is yes to that, then fire him before the entire thing starts.
New Zealand and Iran 2-2.
I watched that
draw
game last
one.
night. Yeah.
Were there any protests? I didn't see.
I did not see any protests.
Okay.
The only protest thing that I've seen that is absolutely hilarious is, and this was not a butt crack thing. It turned into like a social media photo site. I guess in Seattle, outside of their stadium, because they started hosting games.
Yeah.
I think the Iran game was in L.A. That wasn't there, but
Yeah.
some of the other games the last few days have been there. And USA is obviously there on Friday. Outside of the stadium, they have these cones set up and this. I don't know, with a construction tape almost to basically wall off this area. And there's a sign in there that says designated protest zone.
They
like,
want him to protest.
If you're
going to
come protest the World Cup and everything is, the corruption and all the, this and that, you can come stand in this little square and this is your protest spot. And it turned into a place. I can't remember who was playing in Seattle. I'm sure listeners can help me with that. But their fans.
That was the Belgium-Egypt game.
I think it was the Belgium fans were walking into because nobody was in there.
Because they didn't know what it was?
No, they were just taking like a funny social media post with it and like posing for pictures behind where it said designated protest zone. And it made me laugh out loud when I saw that.
We had nothing but draws yesterday. We had 4 matches,
Four
4
draws.
I read an article that basically said this is setting up, and it's early, it's the group stage, but people that are covering the sport are noting all of the craziness. That 0-0 tie with Spain and Cape Verde, they're basically saying like, this might be in an insane World Cup, and we didn't really consider that enough.
Has the transfer portal leveled the playing field? Is that what you're telling me? Has NIL balanced the power at the top, and now anybody can win?
I don't know,
Are
man.
we going to have an Indiana this year?
Who's good? I
Who's
can't.
good?
Germany, maybe they're the wagon. Maybe we're the wagon. Maybe it's our year to win the whole thing.
Somebody had a tweet last night after that game because I did. I bet it live on the air. We'll watch it, and I'm like, I don't know anything about soccer. I just know Spain's really good, and I've never heard of this other country, so this seems like a David versus Goliath. I couldn't take my eyes off it when I eventually got home and saw the end of it and was shocked that it ended in a 0-0 draw. And somebody tweeted, I love soccer because you can score 0 goals and have it be the best day in the history of your country.
Did you see them celebrating
Dude,
Cape Verde? They were hoisting goats.
Yes.
Little baby goats. They were picking them up
for
in
a
the
0-0 draw. Nobody scored.
Like they were Simba.
We just packed the paint, and we had Wemby standing in there blocking all the shots. Nobody could score, and it's one of the greatest days we've ever had.
Well, the best part for me is we played the old guy in Lawrence, Kansas, who's like super pro Algeria because they're staying there, right?
The Kansas band learned the Algerian national anthem and played it for them.
I don't think we pulled it because I didn't know how good the audio was, but there was one guy that is in Kansas City, and he got the England team to sign the Declaration of Independence.
That's pretty good.
He photocopied it, and he goes, I'm going to get him to sign it. And literally, all of them, I don't think they're looking at what they're signing.
Yeah, there's 80 things in front of you.
But he kept coming back. He's like, obviously the big tuna here. We got to get Harry Kane. I got to get Harry Kane's signing autograph. Harry Kane just comes up. He goes, Harry, sign the Declaration of Independence. And Harry just like...
Not even paying attention.
Doesn't even care.
Here's my John Hancock.
So it's a good little video bit. We got a bit of audio from all of the fans in the different cities. Let's start with Jameis Winston.
Yes.
He's an on-the-scene, live, remote reporter, analyst for Fox Sports Soccer.
This guy's career in TV is going to be long and fruitful whenever he is done being a backup quarterback.
Absolutely. And he has a back and forth with somebody from the Netherlands.
We meet so many people that came all across the country, but
I said, hold up, wait a minute.
Blockman.
Blockman.
I'm a Blockman.
You're a Blockman.
I'm a black monk.
It was spelled BLAAK.
That's why I think
M-A-N.
he tried to say it correctly.
Block
it just was
man.
also funny that he's saying, I'm
Hey,
black too.
I'm also a black man. All right, how about that?
Here is a Japanese fan, super excited on Fox 4. Where is this, Swag? Where's the audio
They're
from?
in Texas.
They're in Texas.
They are down
thank
in, I
you.
believe, in Dallas, Texas
All
is
right,
where Japan
Japanese
played.
fan.
I cannot speak English, but I'm excited.
Yeah, baby! Let's go!
Japan.
Japan, baby! Look, it's lit. It's lit.
They are into it, dude. Some of the Japanese videos are hilarious.
Can you pull the I know speak English?
I cannot speak English, but
Dude, good for trying, man.
I love it,
You imagine
man.
if the
I
World Cup
love
is
it.
in Japan and you're that
That would
guy.
be me. I'd
You're
be the
over in-
opposite.
I don't speak Japanese,
No,
but
you would say it in Japanese, but
which
it'd
I
be
don't
really
know how
wrong.
to. I don't know how to do.
Here's a French soccer fan discovering Buc-ee's.
I saw the end of the world in the US and it's called Buc-ee's. They say it's a gas station, but that's a lie. A gas station has a sad sandwich and a coffee machine that never works. This place has 120 pumps. 120. Why? Are you refueling the US Air Force? Are you preparing for an alien invasion?
This
That's
AI.
terrifying. And the mascot is a beaver in a baseball cap. I saw grown men taking photos with a statue of a rodent. In France we have revolutions. In the US you bow down to a squirrel on steroids. And inside, the aggression. A man with a knife screaming a fresh brisket on the board. Sir, calm down. I just want sparkling water. Don't kill me. But I have a problem. I wanted to hate it. I wanted to be the superior Frenchman snob. But then I ate the beaver nuggets. I don't know what is in them. I think it's sugar, butter, and pure methamphetamine. I ate one, then I had the whole bag in the parking lot like a wild animal. And the toilets, I have to admit it, but they are nicer than my apartment. You could eat the brisket off the floor in the bathroom. It's cleaner than the hospital. So I have failed. I came to judge and I stayed for the snacks. I don't have the hat, but in my heart, I am wearing the hat. God bless the beaver.
God bless the beaver needs to be a drop too.
Oh, yeah.
Every time they win this year, needs to be a drop.
There was another French guy who I didn't. There was a long. I don't know how
That
many of these
sounded
are like.
AI-ish. Is
It's
that
not.
real?
It's real. I mean, I don't know if it's a guy doing like a
Like a bit.
Yeah, who was the guy, the poop at parties guy that we had in open
Oh,
years
yeah,
ago?
yeah,
You
yeah,
poop at the
yeah.
party.
Yeah, right,
It could be
right.
kind of like one of those like comedic bits. There was another guy, and again, I don't know how real all these are. It's definitely a guy walking and talking, and he's from France, talking about eating the brisket in Texas and how good it is, and how it it just basically has totally changed his life.
I'll tell you this, man. I want to ask you guys, if I'm downstairs at your house and you say, what are you doing? And I tell you I'm creaming your toast.
What are you doing down there, Sprague?
I'm creaming your toast.
Creaming your toast. What?
The beaver nuggets.
That's a translation problem right there.
We got a bit of an issue.
What did he say?
I'm creaming your toast.
I think he
What
said
is a
I'm cream-
beaver nugget? Do we know what a beaver nugget is? Is that what he said?
That's probably a Bucky.
That's
nugget,
probably
right?
like
that a thing?
little donut holes
I've been
or
to
something.
a Buc-ee's, but I don't remember
I've
beaver.
I've never been to a Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's. I mean, Buc-ee's are incredible.
They're in the South, right?
They're in
usually?
the. I mean, yeah, I think
Midwest
they're
South?
Midwest South, down in Texas. I'm sure. I think they're just one of those big restaurant gas station things in the South. They're incredible.
In the final World Cup bit of audio, Scotland has taken over Boston. We noted that there was a couple or a family renting a Airbnb house, and they got up at 6 a.m. and started playing the bagpipes. They hung their flags outside. Yesterday, they ended up taking over the Red Sox game. It was Scotland.
It was Scotland night at Fenway.
Smart move by the Red Sox to lean into the crowd that was
Exactly.
there. They also have taken over Boston bars, singing some of our favorite American songs. I love that little Scottish way of like, take me home.
It's so good. They had when the throng of fans walked into Fenway, they had bagpipes that were leading them in. It was incredible.
They were all in the little triangle outfield in the
starting Scottish chants, and they
it was-
took over the entire concourse. I don't know if it was during the game or after the game, singing all their Scottish.
I don't know if there's any West Virginia boosters, but they might want to ship those guys to Omaha.
Yes.
That would be really
Send
cool.
you on out. Let's go.
I mentioned Norway does the Viking like row thing.
Yes.
Scotland and Norway were both like there was a bunch of fans in the same spot, so they lined their chairs on this outside dining patio area, and they pretended the tables were boats, and they all together started doing the row thing.
It's so good. It's one of the things.
It's a dark world, but these people are just trying to enjoy
Yes.
their lives, man. They're having a great time.
They're putting a smile on my face, man. And that's one of the cool parts about the World Cup so far. The entire thing is corrupt, and every story leading into it was negative. Now that we have actual soccer being played and fans like experiencing the United States, that has made me far more interested in the event.
So the World Cup is rip-roaring. It's got a lot of draws, a lot of upsets.
Get Mbappe and Messi today.
How about that? Mbappe and Messi are playing?
They're playing not against each other, but Argentina and France are playing today.
Okay, great. There we go.
That?
World Cup rolls on. We'll continue to follow all the festivities going on in the different cities. Coming up next, what in the draft is this? I'll tell you what I mean next on The Fan.
The Fan.
All right, welcome back in. Did the Blazers fumble Tiago Splitter away? And do we feel more encouraged or less encouraged or the same encouraged? I didn't think about that before I said it.
Let that one sit out there.
You know, we'll just say...
I'll allow it. It makes sense to me.
Swag used to annoy the living piss out of me when he'd buzzer me on anything grammatically I said incorrect. And I don't think that was correct, but he didn't buzzer me, and I appreciate that.
Same courage. It's a new saying.
It's
courage has not changed.
I have the courage that's the same. This is a really weird one, and it's a little similar, but I would argue maybe even worse than last year. You recall last year during the NBA draft, we had the story come out that Ace Bailey would only meet with two teams.
Yes.
I forget the teams that I think it was DC and
two of the teams
Nets,
near the top, yeah.
Right?
In the top 3 or 4 picks.
Or the Pelicans. I can't remember which one it was, but it was those two, and then the Jazz said, we don't care, we're taking you.
5th overall pick, you're still there. He was one of the guys that maybe we'll go higher, maybe lower, and he slipped a little bit, and you're there, we're going to take it. We don't care.
How about this one? According to Jeremy Wu, our great friend at ESPN, he is reporting that top draft prospect Darren Peterson is visiting the Wizards, and he will not grant another team a meeting.
Seems like a mistake. I don't quite understand the strategy here. I love the idea of hoping you're the number 1 pick, and I don't blame you at all for wanting to work out with Washington. I don't understand how it benefits you to not work out for the other teams.
It says
I just don't get it.
DeBonsa is going to visit the Wizards in the Jazz. Obviously, DeBonsa's in Utah, and I think if you told him, he'd want to go to Utah if he could pick.
I think he's been working out with the Jazz for the last year. I think he's well aware of what they got going on.
I think he's been living in Danny Ainge's pool house for like 5 years now.
I'm down in the basement playing PS5.
But Peterson does not plan to visit Utah before the draft, and some are speculating he's going to talk to any other teams. I'm very curious about this because Darren Peterson's an interesting prospect. He's a tall point guard. Mm-hmm. He averaged 20 a game, which is the most ever by a Kansas freshman.
Yep.
He missed 11 games due to injury. He had that weird take me out, I'm injured. Remember him and Self had that weird back and forth.
Yeah.
But a lot of people comp his skill level to Kyrie. We just watched Jalen Brunson, 6'2 guard, lead a team to an NBA championship. When Utah came up 2 and Washington came up 1, everybody made the same joke. Oh, Ainge isn't going to get their guy because DeBonsa is looked at as maybe the number 1. I wonder how much of this is playing into he has been told internally Washington would take him if he impresses in workouts.
If you have a good workout.
Because otherwise, I find this a little odd. It's one thing to maybe just want to talk to the number 1 team the most.
Right.
It's another to not talk to or visit anybody else. And for Peterson, it just seems to be Washington. So I wonder if this ends up shaking out. Washington convinces themselves that he's too big and too high-level skilled.
We got to take him number 1.
To take that flyer, I would argue they should, versus DeBonsa just ending up at the place he wants to be the most, which is Utah.
Yeah, it seems like a win-win for everybody in that case, unless it's Washington not wanting Ace Bailey and they decide they want Boozer instead, then what's going to happen? Now you got a team on the clock at 2 who you haven't worked out for. If they do take Boozer number 1 overall, you know DeBonsa's going 2 to Utah just because of the familiarity and fit.
Well, look at
this.
He
would love going there.
Keontae George, DeBonsa, Lauri Markkanen,
and it makes sense
Jaren
of what
Jackson
they have.
Jr.,
Yeah.
Walker Kessler.
Dude, that's
a nice little nucleus there.
You got some good bones to a roster. And then if you're Peterson, all of a sudden you haven't worked out for 3, 4, or 5, and you're going to go 3rd overall in the draft. I don't know, man. I understand wanting to execute some level of power and control over the situation. I understand the idea of maybe not wanting to live in Salt Lake City. Maybe that's it. Maybe he just doesn't want to live in Utah. It has nothing to do, to me, with the wins and losses of organizations because Washington has been dog-ass for a long time. It's not like all of a sudden their future's brighter than Utah's. They're both kind of in the same boat with a random vet here or there, some young pieces, and you're hoping next year's the year that you pop. It's not about winning and losing, so it's just strange.
What about Memphis?
Yeah, I mean, go work out for Memphis. Go work out for Memphis. I don't know why that wouldn't be the case. Like
Chicago's at 4. I don't think it falls out to 4, but
I would want to more so do it. It's not about necessarily trying to impress because I'm sure if you're in Peterson's shoes, you're hoping you're going to go number 1, and that's your thought process.
Yeah.
It's more about, like, if I do get taken number 2 at Utah, I kind of want to know what I'm getting into. I want to go sit down with their brass, sit down with their coach, hear the idea. I don't have to want to come here. But Ace Bailey was there. NBA teams do not care about this. That Utah literally showed that last year. They had a top 5 pick in the draft, and they took a kid who refused to work out for them.
And then he was refusing, reportedly, to get there, remember? And then
what happened? They're like,
showed up.
what are you going to do? Not play in the NBA?
Exactly.
We're not going to trade you, dude. This is not an Eli Manning situation. This is not going to happen. You're going to come play for us, whether you like it or not. And he showed up and he scored 14 points per game and had an up and down rookie year like we were all guessing. The more interesting angle on Peterson for me is just the idea of all the stuff around him at Kansas, because we've seen players do this before and we've seen it, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. The idea of what he was in terms of does he have that competitive fire? Does he want it? Does he, whatever, does he have that dog in him, whatever stupid cliche you want to come up with? Because we have examples of this going in multiple directions, right? Like we had these conversations about Shaden when we took him 7th overall. Now it's different. He didn't play at all. And Peterson did. But I remember that being one of the things of like, man, the guy didn't even want to play college basketball for a year. What does that say about his passion and his work ethic? And he's an incredibly athletic and skilled player, but what's one of the knocks on him? He doesn't always play that hard. He maybe doesn't have the fire burning where he needs it to burn. And then you have guys like Dylan Harper, who had this about him when he was at Rutgers. And people would say, have you seen him warm up? He doesn't care about playing college basketball. This guy's not going to be very good. And he's one of the most impressive rookies I've ever seen in the NBA. And I know that's saying something. And so you just never quite know what the DNA makeup of a guy is. And when you actually get him, will the concerns you have about X, Y, and Z come to fruition? Will they be much ado about nothing?
Right.
If I'm Utah, I'm like, whatever, dude. We're still going to, if we think you're the best prospect, we're taking you at 2. We don't care if you're going to work out for us or not.
Well, I think because of the way the league has become more positionless, Utah's Keontae George, if they loved Darren Peterson's tape, I don't think they care. They're taking best player.
If you think he's the best player,
not
you take
positional
him.
fit. Danny Ainge doesn't strike me as a guy who ever shows.
Move one of the other guys if you need to.
Figure it out, man.
You put it together.
Hey, you know what's good to have? A lot of good basketball players.
Right.
The Peterson thing is interesting because you're right. He does come with some baggage, right? Like if you followed the Kansas journey, there clearly was a weird thing about that, and maybe that wasn't so much Bill Self, it's just the idea he had to play.
What did he come out after the year and say? He said he was dealing with something.
He had like an
injury. It was a creatine.
Creatine, that's what it was. And he was cramping up. That's what it was.
What I would say, though, is we did get an example of the dog in him. He played A.J. DeBonsa, and I thought he actually busted DeBonsa and BYU's ass. I thought he took that game personal when I watched it.
That's a good point. That was a big top 10 matchup, yeah.
I'll be very curious to see where this goes. It's a very interesting story because back-to-back drafts now has popped up. This is just one team and one team only. It's the team with the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
Have to wait and see if there's more on this. But Darren Peterson, according to Jeremy Wu of ESPN, is only going to talk and visit with the Washington Wizards and nobody else in the NBA draft.
It's a week from today, man. I'm excited. It's a pretty. I know we don't have a first-round pick. That kind of blows.
Could be a big trade day, though.
Could be a big trade day. You could have activity, and 1, 2, and 3 are kind of up in the air right now. Who's going to go where?
Did the Blazers fumble away Tiago's splitter, and do we feel more encouraged, less encouraged, or the same encouraged? Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan. Fire couldn't get it right in Minneapolis. They turned it over 22 times to the Lynx for 26 points, lose 107-74. They're back home Wednesday hosting the Seattle Storm. 4 matches on the slate today in the World Cup will start at noon. France taking on Senegal and New Jersey. 3 o'clock, Iraq battles Norway and Foxborough. And at 6, Kansas City gets Argentina and Algeria. All those matches on Fox 12 Oregon. The nightcap at 9 o'clock on FS1 has Austria taking on Jordan in Santa Clara. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, welcome back in. Dirt and Sprague 105.1, The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Bright and early on a Tuesday morning. Hope your commute's going well. Hello.
120 pumps.
Out of context, that doesn't sound great.
God bless the beaver.
That one I love.
We can all agree, Frenchie. We can all agree.
We played a lot of World Cup
I
fans.
cannot speak English, but
Fans from all over the world here in America enjoying, I guess, the different things we offer in our culture all throughout. A loaded second hour of the radio program. Did this speech win a championship? And much like Kurt Russell in Miracle, who will be the actor to portray the speech that won the championship?
The championship speech.
Yes.
This is the reason.
We will get to that in the second hour. But let's start the second hour talking about our local team.
Hello.
They, they come in and out of the news cycle for us.
They do.
And I feel this is a very interesting one because this broke during the back end of the show.
Yes.
And then some reporting came out yesterday from The Athletic on Tiago Splitter choosing to take the Bulls job. So there's a 3-person story, and Jason Quick is one of the writers on this. And so can I add something real quick about journalism as a non-journalist?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no problem double or triple teaming stories.
Yeah, a contributor.
You guys want to Eiffel Tower this story? You do it. You high-five each other. I would like to know who did what blurbs. Is that a weird thing to request?
Yeah, what paragraph was yours? What pocket of the story was yours?
You know how small the TM is on a trademark?
Yeah.
I'd like that
Did it
level font.
JQ?
JQ.
Yeah.
Just to know who's doing what bits and pieces of the reporting here.
I also want, like if somebody writes it, but the other two are sharing information that they've learned of like we're the, we can help source the story, but you're the one that's going to write it, but we'll put you on the tagline. I don't know how that works.
Like at the end of a song in a music video, it says written, and you're always like, did the artist do this themselves? And there's like 7 names.
Yeah.
And you're like, who's Boogie? I don't know who Boogie is.
Did Boogie write the whole thing?
Boogie just wrote the chorus?
Did Boogie write the hook? What's my favorite part?
But that's just a side reader note that I'd like to add. So they reported this. Splitter was one of the 3 finalists for Portland's coaching position, but he was never formally offered the job, according to a team source. But Splitter was told he was welcome to return at a certain price point which wasn't agreeable to Splitter and his agent, that prompted the Blazers to open a search. So I would guess by reading that, this is back when Splitter was the acting coach, and they were
end of the
thinking about,
season,
do we make you permanent or not?
Yeah.
Based on that. Splitter leaving Blazers team source said Portland's coaching finalists are down to Micah Nori and Tyler Lashbrook. Now, this is an interesting development. The Blazers and the Mavs are the only teams that are with a coaching vacancy. Mm-hmm. And Dallas is also sniffing around Micah Nori, who is the assistant at Minnesota. So there is a chance, according to this, the Blazers, if the Mavs hire the candidate the Blazers want, would have to reopen their search, according to a team source.
Okay, so we got to go back to square one?
Yes.
If Micah Nori is hired by Dallas.
I don't know who it is.
Wouldn't we just go to Lashbrook? Yeah.
I don't know.
If we had 3 finalists, one is gone. I'm not great at math. Mm-hmm. A second one could get hired.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we just go with the other guy?
According to the story, if one of them gets picked by the Mavs, they may have to reopen the coaching search.
Back to square one.
And
how about Chauncey Billups?
I think we nailed it. We don't nail it very often. I think we absolutely threw the dart right in the middle of the bullseye. The reaction yesterday to this was exactly how I thought it would go, and I was not surprised in any way.
This is a disaster.
How this was framed. It's the worst thing to ever happen.
Yeah, we'll never
How
recover.
dare you ever let this guy leave? Now, look, there are also fans celebrating Splitter leaving because they think he sucked and they didn't like him, and I'm not going to go there.
No.
What I would say, though, is this was an opportunity to pile on Dundon, to pile on the process, to pile on the cheap nature in which he has been reported on, and things being described as costly, as fumbles, as grave mistakes, as how dare you do business this way. Mm-hmm. It was the most predictable thing to predict, and it happened.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that I'm critical of the process is how long it's taking. Like, that's the only thing that doesn't make sense to me, and I don't understand. The idea that...
Well, the Stanley Cup was happening,
sure,
and he could not do two things at once.
That's where I think Tom Dundon is completely open for criticism here, because that's ludicrous. You run a hockey team and a basketball team at the same time, and you will run a hockey team and a basketball team at the same time.
You're also not coaching the hockey team during the Stanley Cup.
There's also days off. There's that, you're flying around on a private jet, getting into the arena when the game starts, flying out on a private jet and home in your own bed a couple hours later that night. There is plenty of time to interview candidates and finalize this job process. That to me is totally open for criticism. The idea that this is some massive fumble that we'll never recover from, I just chuckle about, because there's this narrative out there that you can't win with a coach making below market money who is a end of the bench assistant. Like, this just isn't going to work. The immediate retort is, what was Thiago Splitter last year?
So can I push back on this a little bit?
Go for it.
Now, you know that you and I are kind of lockstep on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think it's about saying you can't do it. I think it's about just saying you don't want to be looked at as the under-market franchise. You don't want the reputation around the league to be, oh, the minute that gets pricey, that organization's going to dip because Dundon is cheap. Sure. And maybe I'm giving the other side of the argument too much credit on that, but I have kind of viewed it more that way. It's not possible. It's more like saying, yeah, but you're in the business of hiring good people, correct?
Yes.
The last thing you want is the reputation that you don't reward people.
Yeah.
And I think that's more what the other side of the angle is, not that they actually can't get away with hiring a coach on the cheap.
And I understand the optics of it. I push back on the idea that people won't want to work with your organization, or if you get to a point where you decide who the right coach is and you're wanting to pay them, that all of a sudden you will be blackballed from working with NBA agents for coaches or for players.
There's only 30 of these jobs.
There's only 30 of these jobs. You're going to be able to offer the same amount of financial salaries to your players. That's not going to impact anything. There's organizations who have had horrible reputations for long times that changed drastically. And overnight, look at the New York Knicks. 5 years ago, if I would ask you, what's your opinion of James Dolan as an owner and how the New York Knicks are run, what would your answer be?
I still don't think he's a good owner.
No, they're
but
a laughing stock.
Into the right people.
Right, he eventually found the right people, and the GM who made the right trades, pressed the right buttons. Look at that. You found a way to win.
Made the right coaching decision.
Their reputation was horrendous. Did they have any trouble getting a head coach? Did they have any trouble acquiring players? No. This idea that you're going to be blackballed and nobody's going to work with you if you're willing to pay a player.
But he's not known as cheap, Dolan. He's cheap
fine.
in different ways, but as a franchise owner, he's not known as like necessarily the cheap guy. That's a little different than being a
That's
bad
fine.
owner, right?
And I will again reiterate, as long as you're not cheap with the players, which matter for 90% of winning in the NBA,
Agree.
None of this bothers me.
Yeah.
It just genuinely does not.
What if they have to reopen the search?
if
Let me ask you that, because if I'm Mike and Nori,
Look, that part of it's a disaster. I think the process
I'd
of it
rather
has been
coach Cooper
a disaster.
Flag and have
Yes.
some of that than want to be in Portland with like, what are we doing? Are we doing Denny? Are you making a trade? What are you doing
Yeah,
here?
look, I was all for taking your time. I did not buy into this notion that an acting head, you can't interview other people when you have an acting head coach. Your current head coach is still going to court dates for his being arrested by the FBI.
Right.
You still haven't even fired him. Tiago Splitter's an acting head coach. He did a fine job last year, but it's not like we needed to bend over backwards and just guarantee him everything. I had no problem with that idea. We need to interview enough people. We need to make sure we cast a wide net. All of that was cool with me. The criticism, again, that I'm fine with, it's ridiculous that it has taken this long. What are we doing here? Do you wanted to wait till the NBA Finals were over? Well, now the NBA Finals are over. Is it the Stanley Cup Final being over? Well, now those are over.
Yeah.
Like, let's get an announcement. The NBA draft is next Tuesday. I'd like to have a coach in place.
Mm-hmm.
That, to me, is totally fair. But this notion of Tiago leaving being a fumble just cracks me up. Like, if I present a scenario to you where there's not a massive move made this offseason and the roster is large, it's Damian Lillard coming back from an injury, and you sign somebody with the mid-level exception, whoever that player might be, who's a 12-point per game, 5-rebound, 4
Might
assist
be Rob
guy, right?
Will. We don't know.
Might be Robert Williams. Maybe that's the guy you get. But Tiago Splitter's back as head coach. How do we view the offseason? Is that a great offseason because we kept Tiago Splitter? And vice versa. If you end up hiring Tyler Lashbrook as your head coach and you make a move and you acquire Jaylen Brown, how is the offseason viewed?
Yeah.
It's a home run. It's this is the biggest move we've ever made.
With Brown, by the way.
Which is fine. This idea that you can't go get into, back end of the assistant or back end of the bench assistant and have it work out, or that they might not be ready to win. We also don't know how good of a coach Tiago Splitter is. And he might be a great coach. He might be a great developer of talent. I understand that overseas he had some nice accolades and he won a lot of games. I get it. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes I'm living in a bizarre world from other people. Portland at the All-Star break was 27-29. They were 2 games below 500. They won their last game before the All-Star break, beating Utah to get to 27-29. Okay, All-Star break time. They went 15-11 in the second half of the year to climb their way into a playoff spot. And I brought this up before. Those 15 wins, Phoenix without Devin Booker, Chicago, stop me when you hear a playoff team, Memphis, Indiana, Utah, Brooklyn, Indiana, Minnesota without Anthony Edwards, Brooklyn, Milwaukee, Washington. Hey, the Clippers. There's a play-in or playoff team. New Orleans, the Clippers again, and the Kings.
Yeah.
You beat 2 teams who were trying to beat you with their roster, and you went 15-11.
Yep.
The rest of the wins were against teams
Absolute
who were
garbage.
actively trying to lose.
Yeah.
And so this idea as if we can't rebuild
Right.
because he went 15-11 and those were the 15 wins, it's ludicrous.
I think, I find it it's a fascinating conversation because when people say coaching doesn't matter, it's roster based, it feels like that same narrative is now being flipped because we love to pile on the Dundon stuff.
Yep.
Now, I will say this. They will probably be asked at the press conference, whoever they end up hiring, because I don't know how anybody in this market that goes to that press conference doesn't ask the question, if there's any validity to not hiring somebody during the Stanley Cup,
right?
Because the owner's busy, and they could very well just deny that. Like, yeah, that reporting's not accurate at all.
Maybe they do.
Fine. What, lie or no lie? It needs to be asked, right? But if it's true,
it's outrageous.
That is absolutely one of the dumber things I have heard, and that is a real criticism that should be shouted at Tom Dundon.
Yes.
What do you mean? You had off days. You're an owner. You're not at practices. You don't need to be there. You don't give speeches. You're not X and O'ing. Like, what do you mean you can't make a hire during the Stanley Cup? Now, maybe Swag's point is can't make an announcement during the finals.
Fine, they wanted to wait till the finals were over.
Very well could be the deal. I just will find it interesting if they have to reopen the search. That's when that's criticism. It's time to start saying, the hell are you doing?
Yeah,
if you have 3 finalists, and to your point, 2 get taken,
you still should have 1 left. Were those not finalists?
There was a 3rd guy there that you like. And look at sports teams and college teams. they tend to actually end up working out pretty well when they don't get their number one guy, right?
Yeah, quite often
what
it
choice
does.
was Dana Altman down
like
in
the
Oregon?
seventh. I mean,
oh yeah, I mean
you know,
Terry Stotts, who's one of our most successful coaches ever. We viewed him as a layover coach of like, who's this guy? We're getting the guy who got fired in Milwaukee. All right,
He's if they go Lashbrook because Norrie takes Dallas, absolutely bet a decent payment on the bet of the Kalshi market. What media members are going to come out and say Blazers took the cheap option and settled for the fourth guy on the bench?
Yeah.
That is absolutely going to be written and said. But I'm going to tell you right now, if they hire Tyler Lashbrook, I'm going to say, hey, man, he worked under Missoula. He knows what a good system is. What are we doing on the roster to help him out here?
Right.
That's going to be my opinion. But I'll tell you, there is a certain faction of media, and you know who they are. They're going to write how he's the fourth guy on the bench. He's the cheap option. The Blazers went cheap. And that's what it's going to be. And I very well would say, yeah, okay, maybe that's part of the deal, but also the roster matters a lot. If you have to reopen the search, yeah, dude, that's an absolute problem. There is no arguing that point.
No, and I still am just, I don't know. I guess part of it is confusing to me because things get reported and sometimes we take, when it comes from certain people, we take it kind of as gospel and we never really know. Like, I'll go back to the Chris Haynes Van Gundy report that we talked about.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, that's kind of a funny name to throw into the mix. That'd be entertaining if Van Gundy is the head coach. And it was labeling him a finalist for the job, but he had not yet interviewed for the job, or they were requesting permission to interview him.
Well, and then they announced 3 finalists.
But they never announced
4.
They never announced anything. It was reported that there were 3 finalists.
I know, but
Yes.
report there was some reporting saying he was a finalist.
Yes.
But then another report that there were 3 finalists, and
Right.
he wasn't one of them. It was Norrie, Splitter, and Lashbrook.
That's the other hard part in this entire process is that we're all left because it's taken too long. That's the big, again, criticism is why has this taken so long? But we're all left reading tea leaves, and then you see a Mark Stein report that says this, and you're like, well, that's got to be the case. And in reality, we never quite know exactly what's going on behind the scenes and where they're at in this entire thing.
Because it's the most gossipy sports league
it
to
just
ever
never
exist.
stops, dude. And it's
And I love when people
Yeah.
hear stuff and then they tell you as if it is matter of fact, concrete, like so-and-so doesn't want to be here.
Right.
Okay. Guess who shows up? So-and-so.
Yeah, right.
It's just, it's a league full of divas and gossips, and it's like advanced high school. And the minute anybody gets a secret, they want to lean in and be like, guess what so-and-so said?
Right.
It's like, all right, cool. But you actually don't know.
No, we have no idea.
I was told that a trade happened, and it happened within 20 minutes. And I'm not super Mr. Plugged In NBA guy. I'm going to tell you with every fiber of my being, there's not a chance. There is not a chance a deal gets done in they
No.
didn't just call
for any sort of sizable detail. There's
Come on.
no chance.
That
On a
was
whim?
that
Oh, yeah,
was
what the
being
hell?
worked multiple phone calls through. It wasn't on a whim.
Yeah.
You know, actually, I'm gonna. Hey, you interested in this trade? Yeah, me too. All right, send it in. Okay, bye. Love you. Like that's not how a league operates.
You think they drop an "I love you" after they talk to another GM? It'd be kind of funny.
I think they do actually.
Hugs
I
and
think they really
kisses.
support each
Hugs
other.
and kisses, Danny Ainge. We'll talk to you later. Okay, buddy. See you later. Night night. Get a good night's sleep.
I just, it's a really hard thing to balance, like trying to be informed,
Yeah.
level-headed, and then
Criticize what needs
getting
to be
on the internet and
criticized.
going, well, okay, I'm either out to lunch or these people are out to lunch, and
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about any of it. But I also love, like, if you're describing it a certain way, a mistake, a dropping of the ball, a fumble, whatever. What are you gonna say if the next guy comes in and they're just as good as last year? Like,
Right.
do you self-edit that and say I was wrong?
Right.
Or do you just kind of move on? I don't know how to process it, and it's okay to be wrong. We are wrong all the time in this industry.
Yes, happens quite often.
But I can't go as far as to be like, massive mistake to lose Splitter. I guess.
We have no clue how the next guy is going to
guess.
be. We have no clue how good of a head coach Thiago Splitter actually is. And again, it's unfortunate for me because it turns into it sounds like I'm dumping on Thiago Splitter. I'm not trying to dump on Thiago
I would have been
Splitter.
happy if they hired Splitter.
I'm just arguing, yes, what he did to hold the locker room together was commendable.
Mm-hmm.
Going through the injuries was an incredibly difficult thing to do. We also had a historic year of tanking in the NBA to the likes that we've
Right.
never seen before.
Yep.
And we had literally the easiest schedule in the NBA in the second half of the year, and we capitalized on on that by going 15-11 and winning all the games that we were supposed to get into the postseason. So I just all of these things can be true simultaneously. Part of it for me, I think, is frustrating where, again, I have no problem criticizing Dundon where I think it's fair to criticize him, and I will criticize the process, the length of time that it has taken, the delays, and the Stanley Cup final stuff, if that is true. All of that is ludicrous, and I don't have a problem with anybody criticizing that. I think to kind of stick with a theme, though, that I have felt through this entire time with Dundon, my biggest frustration is somebody who has been hypercritical of aspects of this organization for a very long time, not making aggressive moves, the Neil O'Shea stuff, the firing of Stotts, the bungling of the Damian Lillard thing, the Scoot and Shaden back-to-back drafts, not wanting to part ways. Like, there's been a lot to criticize here, and there's been times I felt like I've been standing on an island being like, is anybody else paying attention to this? And those people have not been criticizing it. A year ago, we extended a head coach who had a 35% winning percentage, who was hired in a process in which we didn't actually interview any candidates to be a head coach.
We interviewed Becky Hammond.
He was here for 4 years.
6'2" denier.
4 years in a game. He won 35% of his games.
Well, they got hot at the end.
And we gave him a contract extension.
We did.
And again, I don't know if Chauncey, he was in a tanking process. I don't know if he's a good coach or bad coach.
Right.
But there wasn't a lot in there that made me said, yeah, this guy's the right guy. And where were all the people criticizing that last? We're giving him an extension for what?
Right.
It didn't exist. And now all of a sudden the sky is falling because his third assistant, who went 42-40 or 42-39, whatever it would have been, sometimes you lose me with that narrative.
Another thing in the news is we had a politician on the radio station yesterday. How about that? We had Candace Avalos, who is one of the city council members. She was on primetime, and she gave some thoughts on her viewpoints of city council and the funding that Tom Dundon and the Blazers are searching for the renovations to the Moda Center. We'll dive into that coming up next. Hour 2 rolls on. 105.1 The Fan.
Now.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the road unkind to the Portland Fire on Monday night in Minneapolis. The Lynx forced 22 turnovers, turned it into 26 points, and ran the Fire out of the building. 107-74, 7 Lynx players in double figures. Portland back home Wednesday hosting the Storm. All 4 group play matches ended in draws Monday at the World Cup. No surprising, a scoreless draw between tournament favorites Spain and first-time participant Cape Verde. 4 more matches today. Will start at noon. France taking on Senegal in New Jersey. 3 o'clock, Iraq battles Norway in Foxborough. 6 p.m. it's Kansas City. Argentina takes on Algeria. Those 3 games on Fox 12 Oregon. The nightcap on FS1 at 9 p.m. Austria and Jordan in Santa Clara. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is Fan.
I cannot speak English, but
we're back. Dirt and Sprague here, 105.1 The Fan. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Squeeze them damn things. Make sure you got 2.
It's a beautiful little Tuesday morning out there, and it is a
Millsack.
brought to you by Sparta TRT. We'll get to that in the final hour. Millsack questions could be thrown in at 503-864-6326.
I wanted to be the superior Frenchman snob, but then I ate the beaver nuggets.
That's a long-ass drop, but it's a
we
good
might
one.
need to just get like beaver nuggets, too. Beaver nuggets would be a pretty good one. Couple of thoughts, by the way, quickly, because a lot came in that segment.
Sure.
Somebody said, oh, God, where did it go? I didn't think it was a massive mistake to lose him, Splitter, that is. But I would say the way it has all gone down has been disappointing to watch, to feel like we didn't choose a different direction. We just lost out on him because we've been seemingly slow on everything. And
That's fair.
That's totally fair. I have no issue with that. I don't know if that
I'm
was...
okay if you like him and you're bummed we didn't get him. I'm
Sure.
not even mad at that. I'm just trying to be as honest about this as I can of like, we just don't know how good or bad the coach of the team is going to be next year, because as people like to highlight in other regimes, it's more about the roster.
Yes, and we also don't know what conversations are like behind the scenes and how that looks, right? It might have been Splitter got an offer from Chicago, wanted to return to Portland because of his time here and the year he spent here, and called and said, hey, have you made a decision yet? We're probably going to go in a different direction. Okay, then we just don't know exactly how that looks behind the scenes. That's the other difficult part.
Right.
Another one, Portland doesn't have generational talent, so it's important they hire an elite coach. A retread vet should be the route. Look at the Knicks coaching staff, and this is the point that I just don't understand. Like, who is an elite coach in the NBA? Give me an elite coach to you.
I think Spo is an elite coach.
Eric Spoelstra is an elite coach.
He's probably my favorite coach in the league.
I don't disagree with the point that he's an elite coach. How did Miami do this year?
Not very good.
Okay. Is Steve Kerr an elite coach?
I would tend to think Steve Kerr is a good coach, yes.
Okay. How did Steve Kerr do this year?
They did not make the playoffs again.
Got it. You win with generational talent. An elite coach is not going to lift your roster up. Steve Kerr is an elite coach,
and
or
I think
looks
they would
like
both
one.
say that, Spo and Steve Kerr.
Yes,
yeah, we need the right guys. You got the Jimmies and the Joes.
If I just have Bam and that's all I got, we're going to go 42 or 43 and 39 in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
And we're not going to win a playoff series, or we're going to lose in the play-in. If I'm Golden State and I don't have Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Kevin Durant, I'm going to go 37 and 45 and not win a play-in game. This idea that an elite coach will lift this roster above its pay grade just doesn't exist in the NBA. Talent ultimately wins at the end of the day until you get to the postseason, and then you hope your coach is ready for it. We all crowned Mitch Johnson a genius coach when he won Game 7 of the conference finals against a banged-up Thunder team, and then the narrative a week later was, or 2 weeks later, like, what? You're not making any adjustments. What are you doing in the fourth quarter? And now he's an idiot. So the opinions can sway back and forth. What matters the most at the end of the day is adding to your roster and getting better.
There's no doubt about that. Speaking of Mike Brown, coming up in the next segment, we're going to get to the speech that won the Knicks the championship after a 53-year drought. And I'm going to ask you this.
Was it about letting the dogs out? Because he did it again last night on Fallon.
He did let the dogs out on Fallon last night. Anytime that guy can do it, he gets super excited. He will take advantage of the opportunity.
I love me some Mike Brown. Good for him, man.
I am too. He's been in the NBA forever. I think he's a good coach. And, it's kind of crazy to fire Tibbs, but they brought in, obviously they made the right switch because he was what they needed.
Worked out.
I will ask you this question to noodle on, and you can text in at 503-864-6326. What would you abstain from sex for 10 weeks for?
Oh.
In your life right now.
How extreme can I get? Like, how big can I shoot?
I mean, being a trillionaire, that's not real.
Okay.
Give me something that you legitimately want to do.
Oh.
I will give you 2 things that right now, if you told me you get this, but you have to obtain from sex for 10 weeks from your wife, I want these 2 things that badly. I will tell you what that is.
Any solo acts allowed in the 10 weeks?
Whatever you want, man.
Oh,
no.
No.
Abstaining.
No drainage whatsoever.
No.
Got it. Okay.
Think about that.
Noodle.
Okay? We'll get to that. Let's
Time to drop trout and hog out.
I mean,
I'm out.
At the end of the 10, one weekend. Let's get to this. Candace Avalos was on primetime yesterday, city council member.
One of 12.
One of 12. And they did an interview. It's delightful. You can find it at 1051thefan.com.
I think if you go to 1080thefan.com, it directs you to 1051thefan.com.
I'm pretty sure it still works.
I'm pretty sure it still works.
Don't laugh at me over there.
All right.
You little Italian bitch.
You old balls over there. Come on, keep it down.
Let's get to this. Avalos on the city council reversing their position.
I think during the state process, all 12 counselors showed support for the state putting dollars for it, because regardless of where we stood, we were always going to need other funding that wasn't all going to be able to come from the city. And so I think along that process, we were essentially told, we just need to secure this. It's the state also has a limited window that they legislate within, whereas we're legislating all year, and it was a short session, so they only had like a month and a half, right? And so I think from there, it was always going to be that the next step would be that the counselors ultimately, because the city owns the MOTA, we're going to have to negotiate the actual terms. And that's where the diversity in thought is coming in. And that's where, Portlanders are weighing in on what they think would make it a good deal for the city to invest in. So I wouldn't say, I think definitely at the beginning, we showed our unity, and I don't think that was fake. I just think that now that we're getting into the weeds, these are where there are some disagreements that are coming up.
And those disagreements are about, lease deal. And
unionizing the workforce.
Unionizing, that was a big, she mentioned that. She's like, what's her red line? That was something she had noted is like most stadium arenas have union.
Yeah.
We don't. Very unique. She's like, that's a big deal for her, for the workers' rights and all that stuff. So that was part of it. The other part is a deal with the Blazers being in jeopardy, because I don't know if you've heard. They're gone. They're as good as gone. The Seattle Blazers. The Kalamazoo Kazoos. They might be out this beast. Here's Candace Avalos on a deal with the Blazers and whether it's in jeopardy.
Well, I think regardless, there has to be some kind of deal, right? Because we are in a bridge agreement. We have to negotiate a new lease, regardless of how we feel about how that gets done or what the community benefits are. So I think that will get done. And so our goal here is that whatever that new lease is going to have, again, those community benefits, but also will encourage the Blazers to want to stay and build here, especially with their new owners here in Portland. So I don't think that there's necessarily a threat that there will be no deal, because I think at the end of the day, we have to negotiate a new lease as the owner of the building. But I think the nitty gritty is just like what's in that deal. And, we're also just at the beginning. I think people forget that we have a long way still before the end of the year. I mean, I guess we're halfway through the year, but there is still a lot of time for the community to shape this. We just spent all weekend out in a bunch of parks in the city hearing from community, and that was really fruitful to see, again, what many people express their desire for the Blazers to stay here. People just want us to be really making sure that we're being good stewards of tax dollars at a time where there's so many Portlanders that are struggling. So these are the kinds of decisions that I have to make as somebody that approves moving any kind of tax dollars. It's not even just this, it's just in general. That's our main job, is making sure that Portlanders get the value of their tax dollar, and that's what we're trying to negotiate right now.
I know politicians are not in a good light for most people, and I certainly understand the thought of most people on how the city is being run. I did find myself being a little sympathetic to her on that part of, like, I think the last thing somebody like her wants is to be highlighted for the fumbling of tax dollars and the way it's being spent, or they spent too much, or they spent this amount and they didn't get what they thought they were going to get for the amount they spent. That is part of all of this. Now, again, the urgency is there for people and wanting to get a deal done, but what was your main takeaway? It's a good interview.
Yeah.
It's really good that we had at least somebody willing to come on. We've been trying to get somebody on, and it says they want to come on, and then now they're on vacation, but we're not really sure. Are they still on vacation? I don't know if we'll get somebody on. But it was nice to at least have somebody on city council willing to talk publicly about where the position of the city council is with the $120 million funding.
Well, and I heard that was interesting. In the start of the show, they talked about how they cast a wide net and texted like 6 different people involved in the process, and she was the only one that even got back to him. So credit to her for, 1, getting back to him, and 2, being willing to come on the show and explain her side of it. I left with the same reassured feeling that I've always had. In my opinion, hasn't changed a lot. I understand that there can be tricky spots in negotiations. I understand that things can get a little uncomfortable, especially when you're dealing with the Portland City Council. But at the end of the day, we own the arena. Our own city says we have to spend nearly $500 million to renovate it just to keep it up to date over the next 20 years. And this is ultimately going to get done. They're going to haggle over the details as expected. They're going to try and get the best possible deal. And for all we know, Tom Dundon might drive a hard bargain on certain things that the city council is going to want. And they might have to make a tough choice at the end of it. But I think that the takeaway that I had that was really nice, that furthered my reassured feeling, was the idea that they understand what's on the line here. And Suk, I think, asked that question about, like, do you guys get what this would mean if they leave? Do these other city council members understand what's at stake if you don't get a deal done? And it was like, yes, we are well aware. Now, she at times talked out of both sides of her mouth and saying they're not going to leave, that's not going to happen. And then 10 minutes later, like, yeah, there's a threat that they leave if we don't get a deal done. So it was kind of a little bit of both sides. But I also understand the tricky spot that you're in as a Portland City Council person, because we went over this with the results with the survey. So we had our listeners and sent it out. We did the survey on the air. We read through some of the responses. And what were the number 1 and number 2 answer on almost every question? Do it. I don't care how much it costs. For the love of God, at every expense, keep the Blazers. To, this billionaire jackass is not going to get a penny of my tax dollars, and I refuse to support anything that goes into it. And so the majority of people probably end up somewhere in the middle. Who knows? But the people who are responding to the survey, answer 1 was do it. Answer 2 was don't do it. And so if you're a city council person, you're going to go out on a community event. Who are you going to hear from? 5 people will come up and tell you you're just handing out something to a billionaire, and 5 people telling you, we can't risk losing the Blazers.
The problem with look, it's not a problem with the argument. I understand, like, you don't want to be, just willy-nilly with the money here, but the problem with the other side of the argument that we're on, not that we're on the side, but the opposite side that we have on it, is just like, you own the building. And she admitted, like, yeah, we're going to have to renovate it anyway.
No matter what happens with the Blazers.
Like, even if you think it's just a handout to a billionaire, which you can certainly make that point, there's no doubt, you're going to have to spend the money on it anyway.
No matter what happens with the Blazers.
So what do you do then? If the Blazers are gone, and they're like, hey, we've announced a $100 million renovation project, we're like,
what?
Are those same people going to be irate and like, the building's fine? Like, you just want it to be the old Memorial Coliseum and just crumble and hosting only high school events with an occasional WNBA team? I don't know what they want there. And I understand you want to be smart with your money. But my main takeaway, biggest takeaway, even as somebody who was kind of sitting on the fence and not willing to say where her vote would be or what the other council members would be, my main takeaway was largely the tone of it is it's going to get done.
We're going to get a deal done.
That was my main takeaway. I don't know if you had the same takeaway, if other people had the takeaway. That was my biggest takeaway, is that, like, ultimately this just matters too much. And, oh, by the way, we own the building. We need to renovate it.
We understand.
It's going to get done.
My hope is it turns out the same way as Raleigh did. And if you want to negotiate that in, I'm all for it. We'll give you the funding for the arena. You know what you're going to do? Build up the area around it.
And I think he wants to.
And
I
if
could
he
be wrong.
right?
But
That's
it
exactly
seems
how
like
it
he
worked out
wants
in
to.
Raleigh. I think they got some tax dollars for the stadiums. I can't remember how much of it came from his pocket.
Yeah.
And now he's spending to build up around the arena. Let's have that be a part of the agreement that we come to.
So good stuff from Candace Avalos on primetime yesterday on the position that they're holding within city council so far. It's only one person representing the voice, but basically the takeaway seems pretty positive in my opinion. You can check that out at 1051thefan.com, or if you type in 1080 The Fan, you get redirected in your face, old balls. Speaking of old balls, the speech that won the championship that broke the streak, let me ask you, would you abstain from sex for 10 weeks from your significant other for something? And what would that something be? Fan text lines 503-864-6326. I'll tell you why I'm asking that on the other side on The Fan. It's a Mail Sack Tuesday, so get those Sparta TRT Mail Sack questions.
Mail Sack.
At 503-864-6326. We'll get to that in the final hour. Coming up in the third hour, we have not talked about Brendan Sorsby disappearing from Texas Tech.
What?
Bro, I really don't care.
Well, don't be a chotch. You know?
I'm just glad this story's going to die.
Me too.
It's gone. It's over. No more lawsuits.
You text me that it happened. I was not on the internet when you texted
Well,
me that. I'm
you
like,
were
well, at
looking-
least the Sorsby
Yeah.
thing is dead. I'm like, oh, thank God.
You texted me and I was out flopping around in a kiddie pool with the sun, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I haven't really show prepped yet either. Let's start diving in. Thank God there's a Brendan Sorsby update at least.
I asked the question before the break, and I'm very curious to get your answers. I have two things here.
By the way, the most commonly used joke right now at the fan text line is, isn't that just called marriage? Somebody said, where did this one go?
Let me re-ask the question for anybody just tuning in. Good morning, happy Tuesday.
All right.
What would you, right now that's realistic,
What would you give up?
abstain for 10 weeks of sex from your partner in order to get? I'll give you my two right now before you read thoughts. The first, break 80.
Breaking 80.
If I could break 80, and you could say a 79 with the luckiest 80-foot birdie putt of my life.
Holding out a chip on 18.
Does not matter, however you do it.
I don't care, dude.
Yeah.
The scorecard will not
79.
say. 79. And because it's been a New Year's resolution goal for 3 years now, let me catch like a 45-pound salmon out of the ocean.
Oh, you want a big salmon?
I want, the river, preferably the ocean, but let me just hook a big-ass salmon.
Yeah. Did we ban fishing? Can you not fish in Oregon anymore? Didn't we ban that?
No, we can still fish.
I thought we banned that.
No, there's some stupid group that's not going to pass. But let me
did ban
catch.
foie gras, though.
Foie gras?
Yeah, that was an important issue. Let me catch
We settle those in Oregon.
a 40 to 45 pound. And maybe that's not a big one to people. Whatever.
Yeah, what is considered a big salmon? Like if you caught one that's
60?
like, dude, that's a big
I don't
salmon.
know.
How
a
much is
60 pounder?
A 45-pound fish is a healthy fish.
That seems like a big salmon. Is
I
it
don't
not?
have a reference point here of how big they get, but let me catch the 40 to 60 pound salmon that takes 40 minutes to hook in.
Oh, you want a 40-minute reel job, huh?
Dude,
That's a lot of reeling.
That's a battle, though.
That is.
So, yeah, those are the two things I'd go 10 weeks without sex for.
Mine would probably both be golf-related. It says a large salmon, Chinook.
I think in the
king,
ocean, they get to like 60.
they can weigh anywhere from 40 to 126 pounds.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Dude,
let
if
me
you
get
got a 120-pound salmon,
that's a healthy
that's
salmon.
talk about a healthy salmon.
My family's eating good in the neighborhood.
That's
That's
the dirt
right.
salmon out there, man. That
Salmon
thing's been
steaks.
sitting on the couch
That'll
playing
feed
video
you for a
games.
month.
I would go.
They're both golf.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't really have
hole in
anything else.
one because you haven't had one.
Just so you shut up about it. Shut up about the sun. I would love like a legitimate hole in one as an adult that I could actually
Shut up about the sun. Shut up about the sun.
Well, like I want to party with my hole in one. And I didn't get to party with my last hole in one because
Well,
I was a child.
You want one.
I want to party. I want my Jesus to party, and I want to party
hole in
too.
one is not a hole in one.
So that, and then I have broken par before on a golf course.
I was
but
there.
I'd love to break 70. I had a chance to do it, and I crumbled on 18 with a bogey.
Disagree. Oh, you bogeyed 18?
I bogeyed 18 to
I
shoot
tell
a
the story that
71.
you
If I would
parred
have, I've birdied 18 at Stone Creek probably more than any hole in my lifetime. It's a very easy hole for me. It's a par 5. You can get there in 2. It's manageable.
Straight, yeah.
And I bogeyed it. If I would have birdied it, I would have shot a 69.
Oh, my God. I had no
But it
idea.
didn't dawn on me until 18, standing over my 3-wood second shot in the middle of the fairway, reachable. I'm like, oh my God, if I hit this on the green, I'm shooting a 69, and I filleted one out to the right.
Lucky you to go in the bunker.
And I did end up in a bunker, and I had to
you
get
did?
out of the bunker, and then I missed my par putt and tapped in for a 71.
That's a good up and down.
I mean, I'll take it, but yeah, it would be breaking 70 on the golf course would be having a 6 on a scorecard. Sign me up.
Swag, do you have
It
anything?
would be breaking 80.
Breaking 80
Yeah.
for
You've
you
You've
as
never
well?
broken 80?
No, I've been
Really?
close. I've had a couple 82s.
Yeah.
How much better do you think he is than me? That
He's
was
just
kind
been
of
playing longer
insulting.
than you.
Oh.
He has a lot more rounds under. He's old balls. And
Yeah,
he's
you're
been-
right. That's
How
a
long
good
have you been seriously playing golf for? Like you probably picked it up later in life, right? I'm
can't
assuming.
remember.
I did. Probably. Well, I got real serious when we started the golf show. I got hooked up with Harold.
Right,
So,
right.
10, 12, 15 years maybe.
Right. Old blue balls himself. All right. You can chime in at 503-864-6326. That's the fan text
The
line.
other thing, if you could get legs in the pilot men to the Final Four.
I said realistic. How about the tournament?
Somebody said, I'm on week 12. What do I get? What do I got? I'm waiting for my prize. What do you
Call a doctor.
What do I?
Call a doctor.
My wife's got that challenge in the bag. 10 weeks is the minor leagues, baby.
Minor league.
No sex for 10 weeks. It happens anyways. Now I'm getting something for it. That'd be awesome.
Well, let me get to this because we need to get to the third hour. Jim Dolan's getting a lot of credit now. The speech that was posted by Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson. This was with 5 games remaining in the regular season.
Okay.
Jim Dolan decides to have the team sit down.
It's a James Dolan speech.
James Dolan sitting down.
Got
he
it.
gives a speech. Now, it's about 3 minutes and 50 seconds. I cut it to 2:12. I want you to, if you want to know what a billionaire owner's speech to motivate his team is, take a listen, Jim Dolan.
Sacrifice everything around you for these next 10 weeks to win that championship. I believe you can do it. I've seen you do it this season. And you've seen yourselves do it. You know you can do it. I believe you know you can do it. But will you do it? You need sacrifice, and you need to eliminate all the distractions around you. I'm going to tell you now, stop talking to the press. Instead, talk to each other. Give your concerns, your gripes, etc. Do it with each other. Make a commitment to that. I got some other suggestions for you. You need to up your practice. You need to pay more attention to your diet. You need to sleep better. You need to be ready for every game. And just let me start on that point. That is not something you start on the first game of the playoffs. That is something you start right now, today. You have to practice this right for this game and the next 4 games, so that you've got a rhythm to yourselves when you get into the playoffs. I suggest that you go home and you talk to your families, you talk to your girlfriends, your wives, etc., and you tell them about the next 10 weeks, about how you're going to be different the next 10 weeks, and how your families are going to sacrifice for the next 10 weeks. I had this idea that maybe you should give up sex for the next 10 weeks. You don't have to give up sex for the next 10 weeks. But like Spartans, you know what Spartans are? Right? They denied themselves, right, so that they could have an edge. Get the edge. Go home, talk to your wives, tell them. Don't tell me you're not going to have sex. Don't tell them it was my idea. But let them know what this is going to be like, what your commitment is going to be like.
Be like the Spartans. Don't have sex. Go win a title. Damn it.
This is Sparta.
I would want to say, Jim, when's the last time you ran a mile? We're out here about sacrifice and dude, we're out here busting our ass.
I need you to practice up your practice.
Get the edge, win the title. Maybe they went sexless. I don't know.
That could have been the case. That's
it.
why.
Wemby's out here just whoring around the streets, and Brunson's like,
having menage a trois.
I'm that dog. I got blue balls like you wouldn't know.
God bless the beaver.
Yeah. The French.
Whatever it takes, baby. Whatever it takes.
Baby.
That's where was that for Tiago in Dundon. If we would have had that against the Spurs, if they wouldn't have been humping, maybe we would have won.
What would it be if we found out Tommy Two Nickels gave a speech and said, stop having sex and take this playoff?
That seems like a very Rod Brindamore thing, by the way. He's got that edge and that psycho to him that I would not be surprised if he asked his team to do that.
We need to get to the third hour. Yeah. I saw a video yesterday with Brindamore in the locker room. Absolutely shredded.
Oh, dude, he's Rod the Bod is his nickname. He's insane. I
didn't know how jacked he was.
He does every workout with the team. He's one of those guys. They love playing for him.
I love that guy.
By the way, didn't the Spartans sleep together?
What?
Didn't they? Isn't that like a...
Spartans were?
I think they were. Yeah.
The 300 guys?
Way back in the day, yeah. I think so.
Really?
Maybe. Don't quote me on that.
Real charged up with each other, huh?
Search that during the break. I'm pretty sure that happened.
Okay.
Vaguely confident.
I thought that was... all right, I'll have to look that up. I didn't know. I don't think Nolan knew either.
Would have been pretty funny if somebody responded with that. So you want us to, sleep with each other?
The Knicks won the title because they didn't have sex for 10 weeks. Loaded third hour of the program. Brendan Sorsby out at Texas Tech. We'll kick it off hour 3 on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
It was extremely pedestrian. The movement was poor. They never really stretched this side. And I think he's got some thinking to do with his personnel. Not only in the front line, but also in the middle of the park.
There's Craig Burley ripping Spain for drawing with Cape Verde. 0-0 draw, defending Euro champion, World Cup favorite Spain.
I mean, just one of the more shocking results so far. We've seen, Germany come out and just take a, inferior opponent out behind the woodshed, if you will, to not score a goal. They should have had about a dozen of them if you watched the game. Insane performance by the keeper, but still one of the big notable storylines early in the World Cup.
Who's stinking it up? Spain, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. That slow drain you've been meaning to deal with? Call Three Mountains Home Services, and they'll clear your stubborn drain with an accessible clean out for $59. Plus, give you a free estimate on a mainline replacement. Easy to schedule your appointment online, threemountainshomservices.com. Hey, everybody.
George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, more World Cup action today. Some of the favorites, including France and Argentina in action, will start at noon in New Jersey. France taking on Senegal. 3 o'clock, we'll have Iraq battling Norway in Foxborough. Then at 6 in Kansas City, it's Argentina taking on Algeria. Those 3 games will be on Fox 12 Oregon. The nightcaps at 9 p.m. on FS1, pitting Austria and Jordan in Santa Clara. As the Big 12 Conference took legal action of their own in regards to Brendan Sorsby's eligibility to play for Texas Tech this upcoming football season, ESPN's Pete Thamel now reporting Sorsby going to apply to the NFL to be in the supplemental draft after being worried the college game will go to any measure to keep him from playing this season. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Whoa. Got a lot to get to in this hour of radio.
You have ruined the movie 300 for me.
I apologize for that, man. That's my bad.
That
one's on me.
That was a deep, dark, disturbing Wikipedia.
Somebody
that page was not delightful.
Do not search. Do 300 guys sleep with each other on a company computer? You're gonna get flagged. The brand man is here. I'd like to apologize on behalf of our show. I think I've been flagged because I did search it. I wanted to make sure I didn't just say that off the cuff on the air and wasn't true. It is definitely true. And it's even worse than you imagine, if that's possible.
When you get to the it's bad, it's exactly the bad you think it is.
Like they took...
No, we get it, dude.
You don't want me to go into further detail?
No.
Are you sure you don't want more details? Are you sure? Because I can give you more details.
I don't need... I read the details.
No? You don't want to...
120 pumps.
You want any more? Swag, you need any more details on this one? Or are you okay over there?
No.
Are you doing...
What
good?
Helps,
You're good? Okay on that?
Ease the pain of a triple backdoor.
Time to nut up or shut up.
Wash your ass.
I think it's a good way. That was not something they were doing back then, which caused all sorts of sanitary issues. Somebody said, they took a male lover during the maturing process. That's at least.
I know we don't need to talk about this.
I'm just glad that that was like a good PC way to say it. That's way better than the googly eye answer that they gave me. It was much more descriptive on my work.
How am I supposed to watch Christopher Nolan's Odyssey movie now?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you think about it, dude. Back in the day,
Father, where have you been?
If you went to war as this is Sparta. Like back in the day, how long are you gone for?
Years.
Right? Like you're walking to whatever boat you're taking, then you're taking a boat for who knows how long, going to who knows where.
What if the movies got this part wrong in like the boat using days? Mm-hmm. We always imagine them. Now we know the journey takes long, right? But we imagine them rowing and rowing and rowing. What if we replayed like the Viking era and we found out Vikings were actually napping most days and the ocean was just taking them?
It was just a big sailboat.
And then they just do 20 minutes of rowing, and they're like, all right.
They're drinking cocktails on the deck of the boat. This is great. It was a glorious day out here on the open seas.
Well, did you see the trailer for Larry David's HBO show?
I have seen the trailer, yes. Very excited for it.
He's touching on all the areas of history, and he's going to do it in a comedic way. It made me wonder, though, if some of the things we retell were not in any way how we thought they were.
The second-hand story, the third-hand story, it's a game of telephone at that point by the time it gets repackaged to us.
Like, everybody has the Vikings looking like the Mountain from Game of Thrones.
Right,
and
big giant dudes with beards and a...
lust for murder and taking over your village.
Drinking out of horns.
In reality, they're just super fat, lazy guys on a boat, and the current's taking them, and like 20 minutes a day they're rowing. That would be a great way of finding out real history.
This is all you guys do? You just sit on a boat with your feet up? This isn't that bad at
all.
all.
Row a little more than 10 minutes? No, the ocean takes us there.
Somebody super into Viking culture is going to be very offended by this. I'd like to apologize ahead of time.
We're not being serious.
God bless the beaver.
There you go. God bless the beaver. We got a lot to get to in this hour of radio. I got some football stuff in my nuggies. We will, by the way, get to the mail sack coming up if you want to ask about 300 sex practices or anything else. 503-864-6326. It is a Sparta TRT mail sack, and that's coming up less than an hour from now. Already some good questions coming in. We might have a controversy on the horizon for Friday that at some point we will have to unpack because sources are telling me things. It's not leaving me very encouraged. So we'll get to that at some point. Can we all come together in a kumbaya moment and say, good job us? We have officially...
What are we doing?
I feel like we can all take credit for this, not just us as a show, like the general college football world.
Oh, yeah.
Can we take credit for bullying Texas Tech into not doing one of the most corrupt, ridiculous things we've ever seen in the history of the sport?
Actually, I think we can take credit if you want. I want to give credit to Yormark and all of the Big 12 schools who didn't just lay down and let it happen. They legitimately were threatening, and
they threw that lawsuit at him out of left field yesterday, and they thought, well, in federal court.
Good luck with that.
And they backed down immediately.
It's just, I don't know about you. This happened with conference realignment and a little bit with NI. It just when you start to get into lawsuits and appeal, I just as a human,
I'm with you.
I couldn't have less of an interest in it, and I get to a point where you're like, just let me know when it's final.
Yeah.
And I was starting to dread this story of just I don't want to read about this lawsuit filed in that county and the appeal and the federal court, local county courts. To me, and that's why I'm not a lawyer, I find it boring. And I got to that point with conference realignment stuff, and I was certainly getting to that point with Sorsby. So that announcement of he's no longer going to be at Texas Tech. He's going to go to the supplemental draft. Still going to get $5 million, by the way.
They're not asking for the money back in the NIL
Which
payment.
I think is a way of them saying, sorry, dude, we're actually not going to back you anymore. Here's the money. Good luck.
Yeah. They got plenty of it. They'll be fine.
Cody Campbell's rich. I was just happy to see it's done.
Yeah, there's a weird balance in all of these stories because I certainly understand the angle and I agree with you to a level where it becomes the same. It's kind of like the Dundon stuff, right? Where it's the same thing over and over again, and it doesn't really seem like there's a lot of new angles to it. And it's like, okay, he's going to play. All right, now you filed a lawsuit. Well, the judge said this. Well, now we're going to file it's just like repackaging the same story in a different way. Mm-hmm. But it's hard to not talk about or pay attention to because the ramifications of the sport, like conference realignment was that way. It became nauseating to talk about by the end, but you understand the implications of what it means for the future of college athletics. And so there's this weird balance. And that was kind of the same case with the Sorsby story where I was tired of it. I thought it was ludicrous that they were going to try and play him. But also, if they did play him and if that had gone through, what are the ramifications of that? Do we get teams wanting out of the Big 12? Do we get backlash? Do we get more? It seemed like you were opening a can of worms that we've opened enough of those in college athletics. Let's not do that. So I'm glad that cooler heads prevailed. One of the most notable bullying stories of all time. Now, I can't remember how it worked out for him because I can't remember who they hired in his stead. Tennessee fans famously did this. They were trying to hire Greg Schiano years ago to be their football coach, and it got floated that he was the guy, and he was flying into Knoxville to interview, and the outrage publicly got so loud.
This happened to them twice. This
happened with Mike Leach as well.
Yeah.
It got so loud and so outrageous that they basically bullied their university into not hiring Greg Schiano and Mike Leach to be their head coaches.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, Hypo's been great for him, but there's been moments in the past where maybe you weren't quite sure about that. I'm with you. This was a great testament to everybody coming together and saying, look, we understand that the system is broken. We understand that there are no rules. We understand that, a need for guardrails is there for everybody. This is a bridge too far. You cannot allow a player to gamble on games that his team is involved in be able to file a lawsuit in order to play, because there's nothing that's then stopping a kid from throwing a game on a $50,000 bet for his team to lose. You want to ban him from the sport. He finds a judge that says, well, this is unfair to the kid. You're hurting his earning privileges for the next however many years.
Yeah.
And the judge says you can go play, and now you have guys who are legally able to tank and throw games. Like, that's why this is such a slippery slope. And I'm curious now, I think the follow-up will be for me, sometimes you can ruffle feathers and relationships can go sour in conferences because you need everybody pulling in the same direction. We went through this at the end, and unbeknownst to us, we thought we had what was our pact with the Big Ten. We had our little agreement with the Big Ten and the ACC. And behind the scenes,
the no poaching pact,
whatever it was, I can't remember the word for it. But USC ends up bolting in the middle of the night out of nowhere. And it's like, wait, what? And we thought things were good. That to me is my next follow-up of this story, because the Big 12 is not on the same level as the Big 10 and the SEC. It's a respectable conference. There's some really good teams in there, but I don't think we view them as like, oh, there's 3 or 4 teams who could compete for a national championship in this conference as of right now. They have one that has seemingly risen above everybody else for financial reasons mainly, and is now competing, it seems like, on the highest stage of the sport, and that is Texas Tech. And you just went at your biggest dog in your conference.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if there will be any sort of fallout. Maybe Texas Tech looks in the mirror and says, you know what, you're right. This is ridiculous. We shouldn't have played him or tried to play him. But that's the next follow-up for me of like, that's your big dog, and you just went at him.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. I'm glad that you did it. Will there be a bounce back from Texas Tech of like, hey, we're going to remember this and the way you treated us because we're the only title contender you got?
Well, I think, okay, the first part of that to me would be they all kind of established now the line. Right? Like, didn't Utah and BYU and Brett Yormark and every other institution in that conference that hopped on with the AD call, they told you what the line was.
Yeah.
So if any of them try to play past that line, that's an easy, like, no, dude, we already established that line. So what are you doing? The second part is I think what I love about sports is how unpredictable elements of it can be. And the Big 12 is a good example of this. We are going in saying, well, it's Texas Tech, right? And then everybody else. BYU was right there in the argument for most of the season, and then they played Texas Tech, and it didn't go well.
Played them twice, didn't go well, but they've been a very good team the last 2 years.
Very good team with Sataki.
Yes.
ASU was the Big 12 representative with a bye just 2 years ago, and so I don't think you should count them out. And so I think you just look in the conference, and it's one thing to conclude who is the big dog. It's another to let them play this out, and maybe Dillingham has a bounce-back year, and ASU is now the cream of the crop. I was glad to see them kind of rally together against it. And as much as you might be pointing out accurate stuff, I have found them. It's crazy that 2 weeks ago I was lauding Joey McGuire
for the Texas stuff and the Sark stuff.
I loved it. I thought it was great. And then a week later, all this stuff starts hitting the fan. And even though he's not going to play and he's going to go to the supplemental draft, dude, Cody Campbell coming out yesterday, and he's like, actually, maybe Yormark should calm it down. Like, he's still acting like he runs the conference.
Yeah, he's still acting like the head cheese.
God, I hate that program.
Yeah.
I hate them.
Yeah.
I hate everything they stand for. They don't stand for anything, really, but, like, everything that they did in this process, I found it just so unlikable. I find him unlikable. And there's boosters all over the sport. Some you never heard of that are awful, but God, he is just the worst. And so I was glad yesterday it's finally dead, and I cannot wait to watch them disappoint and hope that they disappoint this season.
Well, and that's the other part of it now because, we had a listener tweet us earlier today, well, what's their move going to be at quarterback? I want to remind people. So Sorsby's out of the picture. He's going to the supplemental draft. Good luck. I wouldn't touch him. He was fine at Cincinnati.
That's a follow-up that I have. Does the NFL punish him in any way? Because I also don't know what teams.
He's not good enough to not be punished. Does that make sense? Like, he's just not, like, why would I take a flyer on this guy who is going through all this gambling stuff? He's going to be a hot button issue, and he was average. Like, he was fine in Cincinnati.
That's a fine opinion to have. There are people that cover the NFL draft that think he is a top 5 prospect if he's able to play this year, and he doesn't have the gambling stuff tied to his name.
Yeah.
If he has a good year at Texas Tech and this gambling stuff never comes out, he's probably putting himself in the ring with the Dantes, the Arches, the Lenore Sellers.
Very well could have that kind of
whoever else you want to throw into the conversation. I think he's in it, but because the gambling's tied to it, and I think Feldman noted that he's 1-11 the last 2 years past the month of October.
So late in the season, he's not very good.
I think that's what it was, if I have that correct. I know he's not been very good late, but because of that now, you got to wonder, is the NFL going to do anything, or what team is going to want to bring that on? Because Todd Monken in Cleveland, for example, was just asked about this, and he's like, how can you take a guy with that kind of integrity issue?
So do you know the last time somebody was taken in the supplemental draft? I did not know this answer. I
think the one that comes to my mind.
Who's the one that sticks out to you when you think about it?
It's the Maurice Clarett, Terrell Pryor stuff, right?
Yes. I don't think...
Pryor was a supplemental draft guy, wasn't
Pryor
he?
was.
Because he got suspended for the season.
Where's
for
Maurice?
the tattoo exchange.
I don't think Maurice Clarett ended up getting drafted. Did he get in trouble before then? Because I just pulled up a list of the guys taken in the supplemental draft, and his name's not on there. Terrell Pryor's
didn't he fight? He had the legal case to leave early.
He tried to leave early because his college career, and I don't think he won, and I can't remember. Maybe he just sat out for a year.
Maybe that's what it was.
Because he didn't win his court case
or
something.
Did he go to the NFL draft the next year?
He might have, after sitting out for a year. I don't remember all the specifics. Josh Gordon is one that I remember because he was such a big name for a long time.
Yeah, Clarett was a third round in the 2005 draft.
Okay, so did he sit out a year of college football
he tried to go to the supplemental as his and all the legalities of it didn't work.
Yeah, Terrell Pryor was taken in the third round in 2011. Josh Gordon in the second round by the Browns.
Gordon, that's a good one.
All the failed weed tests.
Yeah.
The last time we had a player taken in the supplemental draft, I don't even remember this story, was Jalen Thompson in 2019. He was ineligible for a senior season because of an NCAA rules violation. He was from Washington State. I don't remember that story at all. So he ended up getting drafted in the fifth round by Arizona. So it's a pretty rare thing. But there's the football angle of it on the other side because this notion out there, well, Texas going to go find another quarterback. No, you're not. The punishment for doing it now, this is one of the most severe punishments that's out there, and they can actually enforce it because everybody came together and agreed on it. That if you are to go entice a player to enter the portal outside of the designated window and go get him, the institution's head coach, so in this case it'd be Joey McGuire, would be automatically suspended for 50% of the season, and the school would be fined 20% of its overall football budget. And that's like not, we can take this to court. That is a agreed upon. All the conferences said, yes, you should not be able to go, hey, the portal window's closed. We're going to come to you in April and decide, never mind, we need a quarterback. You're going to come out of the portal. You cannot entice somebody to do that. Now, maybe Texas Tech has enough money that they're willing to roll the dice on that.
No,
I just don't think it's going to happen. And so you're looking at Will Hammond being your starting quarterback
I don't
next
think
year.
they need to. I think he played last year. He was a redshirt freshman. He's a sophomore coming in.
I think he was a true freshman last year. He might have been. I know he was either a redshirt or a true freshman.
Okay, I was looking at it says RS sophomore.
Okay, so maybe
whatever. But I remember when he came in, it was a big deal because he was highly touted, or at least known locally.
Yes, he was.
And so, like, I know this is not Sorsby for them. Obviously, there was a reason they went and got him. I don't think they're going to be tempting this ruling. I think they're just going to say, yeah, Will Hammond, you're our guy.
And the unique thing about them, too, is that they had, I would argue, and I think it was on display in the game against Oregon, they had horrendous quarterback play last year.
Yeah.
And how many games did they lose? They were fine. So Texas Tech, even with Will Hammond, will probably be okay because they
at least in that conference.
They don't play BYU, who I think most people would argue is the second best. Now, maybe you're right. Of an Arizona State or somebody else having a good year that kind of surprises people. Mm-hmm. Certainly didn't see it coming with ASU 2 years ago. I think they'll be able to manage the season. I think the knock on it will be, will he be good enough to win you against an elite defense in a game that it mattered? Because you certainly did not have that at quarterback last year. He started 2 games, if my reading on this is correct, or at least played the majority of 2 games. He played sparingly in a handful. He threw a pick against the Beavs. Shout out the Beavs. He came in the Utah game. He was 13 of 16, 169 yards, 2 tuds, no picks.
Yep.
And then he started their only loss of the season at ASU. Mm-hmm. Their starter was hurt that game. He went 22 of 37, 167, 2 touchdowns, and 1 pick. So not terrible for a young kid, right? Like you're getting thrown into the fire for the first time. So maybe he has a big pop year. But Brendan Sorsby will not be the quarterback at Texas Tech. And that story, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. It's finally gone.
I don't know how an NFL team drafts him. How do you explain that to your fan base?
I wouldn't want to do it, man.
They're going to be worried about that cat forever.
I would not want to do it, and I don't think the talent is necessarily worth it, but maybe there's something there that a GM's going to want to roll the dice on. That will be the next angle of that story. A couple other notes out of the National Football League. We haven't talked much NFL lately, so we'll dive into a couple things around the gridiron. That's next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, a rough trip for the Fire to Minnesota as they ran into the juggernaut known as the Lynx. 107-74 the loss. Portland turned it over 22 times for 26 Lynx points. They'll come back home Wednesday to host the Seattle Storm. World Cup play getting underway today at noon. France, one of the favorites, now the favorite after Spain's draw on Monday. They take on Senegal in New Jersey. 3 o'clock, Iraq will battle Norway in Foxborough. 6 o'clock in Kansas City, Messi takes the field with Argentina against Algeria. Those games on Fox 12 Oregon. The nightcaps at 9 p.m. on FS1 Austria and Jordan in Santa Clara. As the Big 12 Conference took legal action of their own in regards to Brennan Sorsby's eligibility to play for Texas Tech football this season. ESPN's Pete Thamel reporting Sorsby now applying for the NFL supplemental draft, worried the college game would go to any measure to keep him from playing this season. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
An out-of-text thought at the fan text line. Historian here.
That's a great start. Historian here. You guys are absolutely stupid.
Spartans were banging like crazy.
It's time to nut up or shut up.
The second the nut hits my lip, I spit it out. Can I ask a follow-up question too? If somebody says they're a historian, what do you think they do?
Professor.
You think they're a professor of history?
I think if you start the text or conversation with
historian,
as a historian, I would say, you're absolutely.
That means you got to do something in history,
Either
right?
that
you're
or
not like a buff.
You're a curator at a museum.
Ooh, that would be cool.
Okay, so history buff, curator.
See,
at a
and I don't
museum,
think history buff counts.
professor.
I don't think you can count. You can't call yourself a historian if you're just a history buff.
Why? You do this with World War II.
I don't call myself a historian.
I think you
I'm a buff. I'm really into it. I enjoy the documentaries and the books. I'm not a historical expert. I'm not a historian. That seems like a title that is earned by degrees and job title. Does it not?
I mean, that's why I said professor, but
that's where my mind goes. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's just a buff.
Okay, so what's the question? If somebody
calls themselves a historian,
okay,
do you have to have a degree? Because maybe it's just a degree. Like if you have a degree in history, I think you could technically call yourself a historian. I thought about getting a degree in history, and then I thought, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. But it was one of the few subjects in school I ever found interesting and entertaining.
Would you ever go back to get a master's in it to be a teacher if you got fired?
Oh, I could be a history teacher.
Because you've always said you want to be like a landscaper at a golf course.
Yeah, that's the dream, dude. Ride around on my lawnmower for a couple of hours.
See, I have you
cut some holes into the green. See you later.
You'd have to go to Oregon State to get that turf management degree, though.
Dude, that was one of my dreams when I was younger. Was I wanted to be a golf course architect. That was one of my first dreams, and then I realized how much science is necessary, or not science, but math is necessary to do it. I was like, that's not happening.
Yeah, because a curator at a museum has to have the degree.
You have to have a degree to do that.
Professor has to have the degree.
You're not teaching. You're not a professor of history without a degree in history.
Right. Poll questions up. If somebody calls themselves a historian, do they have to have a degree?
Hopefully they're listening. I'd love a follow back. Or not a follow back, but a follow up. What's your history job? I kind of want to know. Curious about that. That's totally out of context. You can also, by the way, text in your mail sack questions 503-864-6326. Somebody saying a historian is a job title. I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah. Isn't that what we just said?
But. I don't. Maybe I'm confused.
You ever watch like a documentary and it literally
I
says
think
historian?
There's some golf clubs though that have like a
course historian,
a club historian.
What is what do you do for work as a historian?
Well, they archive.
You archive. You look up.
Where am I archiving? At the museum?
At the places, and then you're trying to get research
at the club.
grants.
There's usually a room or something.
Like
where
if it says like this guy's
you travel to different venues to check out the history facts.
What are the people doing? They're just doing the thing.
You're a guest speaker. You're probably on podcasts.
Okay.
You're in documentaries.
Right. Okay.
So
somebody just texted. Never mind. I'm not gonna read.
Way
that.
back in the day, once upon a time, they used to play during Easter like these Jesus docs on like National Geographic or the History Channel.
Yes.
And there would be like Bob McAdoo.
Bob McAdoo?
Jesus historian.
Bob McAdoo is a Jesus historian?
It's one of my favorite sports names. But like Bob McAdoo, Jesus historian.
Yeah.
And I would just naturally assume
he's an historian on Jesus.
Exactly.
And this is my follow-up. What is he? Does he have a degree on Jesus? Did he write a book on Jesus? Does he teach classes on Jesus?
If the title says historian, I would naturally
Just something
assume.
in that silo you're
I
doing?
think you have a doctorate in history is what, like, that's how far I go with that.
Ooh, okay. Said I'm an amateur gynecologist here. We have a lot to get to in this hour. Mail side questions.
The Spartans, however.
503-864-6326. Get them in, we'll answer them coming up top of the hour. Do we buy what Steve Sarkisian told Kay Adams this week? So he was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams.
Love Kay Adams.
Nobody has ever turned down an interview to be on Kay Adams' show. I think she's got a 100% hit rate.
I go as far as to say this. I think it's the only show people watch on the channel she's on.
Yes.
What channel is it again?
It's like FanDuel TV or something.
FanDuel Network.
Yeah, FanDuel Network.
Because it's horse racing all in the
That's what I'm
afternoon and
saying.
evening.
You're not
Isn't
tuning
Michelle
into that.
Beadle's show on there now,
I
too?
couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Run It Back
I think
or whatever?
Beadle's show is. And look, I like Michelle Beadle. I think Kay Adams is the star of the network.
What was her and Colin's show?
Sports Nation.
Sports Nation.
That was a great show.
Sports Nation had it was one of the unique, like, new sports shows.
It was really fun.
It was actually kind of a fun angle that had not been done before.
And she was really underrated on that show.
She was great on that show.
He's great, obviously,
Yes.
right? He developed the career he has. She brought out a side of him that he didn't really display, I think, personally, on the radio show.
Very
all that
buttoned up, very collared, and then
very
it was
good comms.
Yes.
Much like in business sports, and it's like, okay, there's
Right.
that.
Right.
But there's the other side, your real life side. Like, let's bring that out more.
Steve Sarkisian was on Kay Adams' show. This was yesterday.
By the way, poll questions already. No. If somebody calls himself a historian, do they have to have a degree?
Really?
No.
Everybody's answering no, huh? Maybe I'm in the wrong
How
here.
do you get the title then?
That's my whole point. You just can I call myself a historian on World War II?
How many
Is that
bar
allowable?
trivia nights in history do you have to win to technically call yourself a
Do I
historian?
have to do like a game of home history Jeopardy, and if I pass, then I can call myself a historian?
I have no clue.
Follow-ups.
My mind is being blown on this.
He was on Kay Adams' show, and she asked him about the idea of Arch Manning this not being his last season at Texas. And
Isn't he a senior?
He is not.
He's a junior?
He's a redshirt junior? Because he redshirted, then he backed up, then he
started.
played.
You're right.
So he was technically a senior. He's technically a senior in school
But
years.
he's a redshirt junior.
But he has
Yeah.
2 more years of eligibility left. And he said, quote, I wouldn't be surprised. There's more. He was basically like, he loves college.
Steve.
He loves doing this. He loves being in Austin. He chose to come and sit for 2 years, knowing he would have to sit for 2 years. He's not in a huge rush to get there. And he said, I would not be surprised if Arch Manning is our quarterback going into next season. Not this season, but next season.
In a weird way, because I don't want a memory hole last year and what we felt about Texas, Ohio State. And I thought it was a good game, but not like a sexy game because the final was like 10-7.
Ugly, low-scoring game.
Ugly, low-scoring
Bad
game.
offense. Quarterbacks couldn't complete a pass.
Arch was terrible in that game.
Yeah.
Sayin wasn't amazing. Do we have a higher expectation for Texas than we even did last year, considering
Yes.
they came in number 1?
Yes, because he's got a full year of experience under his belt.
And he ended so well.
He ended the
people are
season
like,
very
now
strongly.
I buy it.
He played very good at the end of last season.
If you're coming back, that tells me that's not like I love college.
See, now
That tells
let me
me
ask you
something
this.
else.
Let me ask you this.
That tells me you're scared.
Oh, you're scared. Is Dante Moore scared? Because I think Dante Moore last year would have been the same because he played at UCLA, sat for a year.
That was his first full season of starting.
So I guess he
it's
would
the
have been
equivalent.
Same equivalent
As this
first
year.
full
They're
year
going in this year.
Well, and last year was Arch's first year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now they're going in this year. If Dante plays and they live up to their hype of being a top 4 or being one of the best teams, and he has a good year, and then he decides to come back, I don't fault any of these kids, by the way, for choosing to come back.
Yeah, get another year of
But
experience.
it makes me wonder really about you of like, why?
Yeah, I just saw
Dante
that.
might be the number 1 pick.
Sark talks out of his butt all the time, so it's not a surprise. He says he actually had some funny comments on McGuire. He was like, dude, he handled that so well. That's exactly how I would have responded if I were him on the challenge to switch your games for week 1. And he said the exact response that I told you he was going to say. Can we switch week 2 opponents when you play Oregon State, we play Ohio State? I knew that was going to be his response to the whole thing. I I thought that was interesting. It was just he wasn't dismissive of the idea. Said he could come back for another year. And I'm with you. If he has a good year, that would be very, very shocking. But there's a lot of people around the country. Like, I remember making the argument at times during the football season, like, hey, guys, I think Dante's coming back for another year. And people openly laughing at me that he was going to come back. And then he made the announcement because he was going to be a top 3 pick in the draft. So,
well, the NIL
I just wonder. That's what I'm wondering.
If
like,
NIL doesn't exist,
no,
even if he's getting
not
under the table money. It ain't top 3, top 2 money.
You're not making $6 million to play a year in college football. Now you are. And at Texas, if Arch has a good year and it's like, you know what, dude, this college is awesome. I have one more year left of my life to be in college.
Yeah.
They're going to pay me $9 million to play here. Why not?
This is the fallout reaction that I had that I didn't bring up until right now because I had forgot to write it down. The Rams took Ty Simpson, what, was it 12 or was
13?
It 13?
I believe it was 13, yeah.
I don't know what the money comp is. I know Dante's being compensated totally fine for his market value in college.
Mm-hmm. Has Simpson signed his deal yet?
I haven't seen the note if he has, but I know him and Mendoza
They
haven't.
were the last 2 that had not signed yet.
So if they have, whatever. But Dante might get himself in the number 1, number 2 pick next year, right? That's kind of where he's at right now in the projections.
He's hoping to stay where he was, likely the number 2 pick, and be one of the top 2.
I would imagine, and maybe a team jumps into the fray or a team takes him instead of the position they took, but imagine if he could have been a Ram.
Oh, yeah. If you would have slipped to 13, I don't think he would have.
I don't think he would have
yeah.
either, but if he would have slipped, like you either get the starter at Oregon for 1 more year and make a ton of money, or you go to the Rams and get to back up Stafford and learn from McVay for a year. As a guy that just did that in college at Oregon.
Oh, it would have been that's the best possible spot that you could go. The tough part is you're going to go to the Jets.
Yeah, they probably would have taken you.
Would have gone to the Jets.
Probably would have gone to the
Jets.
Jets.
Projected contract, by the way, for Simpson, projected I don't think he signed yet. 4 years, $25.4 million. $15 million fully guaranteed.
15 guaranteed. He wasn't going to make 15 at.
Yeah, fully guaranteed signing bonus about $50 million, and then there's the 5th-year option that's the highest paying of the year if they pick up the 5th-year option.
And none of those guys are going to make that money, but the money is so good in college.
That's the point of, like, if you're Ty Simpson,
choose to come back.
Because 4 years, $25 million, was that breakdown to per year? About $7 million a year, something in those lines. So if you're getting paid $6 to $7 million, it's not. There's not a big gap. Now, I think number 1 overall pick is obviously higher. Like, the higher you go.
Why would Arch come back?
I don't know. It's just it was an interesting thought, and I saw that, and I'm like, man, that would be wild if he was back for another year of college football.
Because we say it as if this is like 1977. Well, he loves college. It's like his college experience already is not a normal college experience.
No, but I bet it's a lot of fun.
Is the NFL not going to be a lot, whatever the definition of your lot of fun is?
No, it'll still be fun, but it's different.
He can't go to he can't go to all those parties he wants to.
No,
he has to pick and choose and can only be seen at certain spots. That's what the NFL life is.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm with you. I don't think it will happen, but I'm just wondering. It's something that I've filed away in the back of my mind of, like, in the years to come, how many more guys do we see do the Dante thing, which was pretty shocking. Of, I'm sticking around for another year because I'm making a lot of money and I want more seasoning, or I'm having fun, or whatever the case may be. Mm-hmm. And Sark hinting at maybe Arch being that. A former NFL player says something will be toppled. Do we agree on his pick on who will do it? And then, is the media turning this guy into a villain, or is it a rightful narrative? We'll get to that coming up next on The Fan. Look, the historian history buff debate has sparked quite the back and forth. We have heard back from our historian. He has chimed back in.
Well, maybe.
He's listening delayed to the show.
According to you shouldn't be calling him a historian.
Well, this is an interesting one. Does this count?
All right.
This is what I was saying. I think he technically can be called a historian. He said, sorry, I'm an idiot. I have a master's in history.
So he has a master's
in history. Master's in history.
Historian.
Could not find a job in history, so now I do IT.
That's because
he says historian was me talking out of my ass, and I don't think it was. I think that was I think you're a historian. If you have a master's,
you're a historian.
He chimed in. He said another one. Said,
"You've earned it.
Where did this
you
one
paid
go?
for it. You earned it."
Historian back again. I'm 30 minutes behind. Love you guys. Specialized in Eastern European history during the Cold War.
Bad.
Love me some history.
There we go.
Like, dude, you're a historian.
You're a historian.
And then we had another one. The people saying no to needing a degree to be a historian are the same people who listen to podcasts by self-proclaimed experts on conspiracy theories.
Well, I didn't want to say it, but we are in an interesting time where people now are medical experts because they heard one podcast and a guy referenced mushroom dust as the thing to drink to stop you from ever getting AIDS.
The expert word gets thrown around way too often, way too egregiously.
Well, I mean, there's so much out there now and so much information. Everybody's hawking product and like... My wife is doing that. Not that my wife is falling into the podcast trap of buy the supplement. My wife has been drinking mushroom coffee.
Mushroom coffee.
She tried it. She heard about it. She's like, oh, and she's, she tries.
What is the benefit of mushroom? Like, what's the angle there?
I think it's good for skin, hair, all the good stuff. Whatever.
What kind of shrooms are we putting in here?
I don't know. It's on the bag. It's a tear and
she
it's
just
a
high
dust.
as a kite the whole day.
No, she doesn't. No, it's not that kind of mushroom. So she's been taking this. So she tried it, and she since she can't stop it from coming. Well, I meant the mushroom coffee. Don't derail the segment here.
I cannot speak English, but
they keep showing up.
Oh, it happened again.
Shout out the Hoggies.
Oh my God. Woo! Okay, I'm okay. What's coming? The coffee?
The mushroom won't stop arriving at her house.
Okay, they continue to show up.
And I asked her the other day if she's felt anything from that, and she says I haven't felt any results.
Huh.
She's still using it to not have it go to waste.
Yeah, this says mushroom coffee combines traditional coffee with extracts of medicinal mushrooms. It provides the familiar morning boost, but with 50% less caffeine and added.
It's supposed to be a good energy, but
certain properties.
Less caffeine hangover. Or something. I don't know.
All right.
I'm just saying people would try stuff, and some people call themselves experts.
That is very
I wanted to be the superior Frenchman snob, but then I ate the beaver nuggets.
You didn't need to.
Maybe that's why it won't stop.
Well, that was an unfortunate choice of word.
That was phenomenal.
I've had a Manscaped problem like that too. I cannot get them to stop the shipment.
They just keep showing up.
120 pumps.
We did a thing for them years and years ago, and it was
no wonder 120 pumps.
A very brief endorsement.
Yeah.
I have checked the website. I've called them. There is no evidence of my account existing. And
are they still charging you?
No, I don't get charged.
They're still sending you something every month.
Every month. I can't.
What is it? Is it like the ball wipes or the ball deodorant? Okay.
And it's the.
I liked the ball deodorant. The ball deodorant was pretty solid.
I still use it. Yeah. I got 9 bottles of it. But also they got a facial cream that smells good.
Yeah, it is a good facial cream.
I can't use it because I break out. But I every month. It's there. I can't get it to stop.
I use the lawnmower.
Yeah. I still got that.
It gets the job done.
I don't get a new one. It's one machine.
Just sending you the wipes.
Yeah.
Hold on here. Let me read a couple more history thoughts because these are pretty funny. Somebody said, historian contributes to history, archives, researches, develops conclusions, and published findings. Dirt consumes history, not a historian.
Yeah.
If a degree is needed, depends on what you are a historian of. World history, yes, Dale Earnhardt Jr., no degree needed.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. I agree on the degree part.
I can't believe you just said that. That was pretty wild.
I was fine until you shut the mic off and started laughing.
I can't overcome that one.
Not
that
trying to
one,
be a chotch.
I can't overcome.
And then I look at Swag, and when Swag gets the giggle monster, I don't know. It's his face. It makes
the
me laugh.
kid's going to get the full Swag treatment
that was
tonight.
the full Swag treatment.
Swag will make you break pretty easily. The Swag giggle monster gets to you.
When Swag, look at him right now.
When he puts the head down
when
and he won't look at you.
grits the teeth and he's smiling because he doesn't want to die from laughing. I just lose it. I cannot stop laughing.
I saw this. What was he doing an interview with? I can't even remember where it came from, but I saw a quote from Calvin Johnson.
Yeah.
Remember Calvin Johnson?
Megatron, as they called him.
Still the single-season NFL record holder for receiving yards in a year.
I read this yesterday.
What do you have, 1937 or something?
1974?
1964. 1,964. Do you know who came closest to beating it?
Did Justin Jefferson?
He is in 2022. Jefferson had 1,809 yards. That is sixth all time in a single season.
So somebody got up to the line.
Dude, somebody was right there, like one chunk play away from doing it.
Was it the guy he thinks is going to break it?
It is not the guy he thinks is going to break it. It is Cooper Kupp.
Cooper Kupp.
In 2021, Cooper Kupp had 1,947 yards.
Oh my God! How are you 20 yards short?
Must have been the last game, but
Come on, Stafford!
Seriously.
And Stafford's ironically quarterback for both of them.
Yeah. Touché.
So Calvin Johnson said, and this is probably why, like, this record's going to fall. I know somebody's going to get it. It was interesting. He said the guy he would pick to break it, if he had to pick, would be Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Now, again, I don't know if that's
choice.
The quarterback angle. He's like, he was at the Detroit Free Press celebrity golf outing. That's where he was giving this quote. And he jokingly said, like, that'd be cool if Stafford had, because technically, if Puka Nacua broke
the top three.
he'd have the top three receivers.
Yeah.
All from one quarterback, which is pretty wild.
Can I give you a take?
Who would your bet be on breaking it? And would our minds be blown by, and not that it's that far off, but like a 2,000-yard receiving season we have never seen in NFL history.
No, because Megatron's point of like the extra game now helps, which is why he's surprised it hasn't been broken yet.
Yeah. JSN this year was 8th. His receiving total was 8th all time in the NFL for one season.
He's a really good choice because he's a solid. You need a real solid number one choice that you know
reliable.
You
got to have a good quarterback.
Throwing to him half the time.
I would pick Jefferson. I think Jefferson's a good one.
Does he have the right quarterback to do it?
He might now.
He might.
Yeah, he didn't last year.
Plus, Kyler's not afraid to throw bombs.
Yeah, Kyler will give him a shot. Chase is also a really good one if they get rid of T. Higgins. Can I give you a take?
Oh, go ahead.
Cooper Kupp is a great receiver. I will remember him as that whenever he retires.
Super Bowl champion twice.
I'm glad he's not the record holder.
Oh.
I think you need an all-timer for the record holder. Are we not in agreement on this?
If he had the record, wouldn't he be an all-timer?
Is it not odd that the second highest point total in a basketball game is Bam Adebayo?
It is a little weird. That's a fair point.
The record holder, you need the name, and Cooper Kupp is a really good receiver.
It ain't Megatron.
It ain't, man. No.
It ain't Megatron.
It ain't Megatron, man.
No.
We got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. Will it stop coming? I don't know, but our show won't.
Drop Trout, hog out.
We'll get to the mail sack. Get your questions in. 503-864-6326. And it's a Sparta TRT mail sack. We'll start answering them next on 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
In the air, center field. Ewing steering back, way back. Gone! Grand slam! It is a six-ribby day for Geno Suarez.
That's a great call, John Sadak.
Sadiq?
Sadak.
John Sadak, Reds TV. Suarez, laying wood. Reds win 12-0.
This is that fun moment. I remember that he's not a Mariner anymore and he went to Cincinnati. He had a good game yesterday. He had a couple of home runs.
I didn't want to say this before the show, but Swag's like, and I got Suarez laying wood in a grand slam.
The
and I
Mariners
just thought,
played last night?
Who's he playing for again?
Forgot the baseball season was happening.
Geno laying wood, brought to you by our friends at Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Visit them at Southeast Stark Street or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
Hey, guys.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, World Cup fans hoping for actual results today after 4 draws on Monday. We'll start at noon in New Jersey. France, now the favorite, taking on Senegal. 3 o'clock, Iraq battles Norway in Foxborough. 6 o'clock in Kansas City, it's Argentina versus Algeria. Those 3 games on Fox 12 Oregon. The nightcap is 9 p.m. From Santa Clara, Austria and Jordan. That game is on FS1. The Big 12 Conference took legal action of their own in regards to Brendan Sorsby's eligibility to play for Texas Tech. Once that happened, ESPN's Pete Thamel now reporting Sorsby has applied for the NFL supplemental draft, worried he will end up without any eligibility in the college game. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here. Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Tuesdays are off to a great start. We have a lot to get to in this hour of radio. I will get to the mail sack in one moment. Just a little bit of housekeeping here first.
Mail sack.
How about this? Now, I hope that I'm okay to read this on the air, but it's so cool that I want to. I apologize if I'm spoiling something. But if you text it in, I'm assuming the person... It'll make sense in a moment.
What?
Somebody's saying for a Father's Day gift. You ready for this?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
My dad and I are both Montana State grads.
There we go.
Huge fans.
Mm-hmm.
Montana State won their first FCS title in 41 years this year. Won the national championship. Their defensive coordinator moved to a new team. I don't know where he went, but he left to a new team. He said, I reached out to him, and he sent me the sideline play sheet from the game, and I framed it. And that's his Father's Day. How badass is that?
That's cool.
That's an emotional
That's
gift
what I was saying. I'm
reveal.
hoping the dad isn't listening and I'm not like spoiling
Could you
something
imagine?
here. If I just ruined that, I apologize.
Hey,
but
man,
I wanted to read that on the air.
Show, and this guy's son got him the play sheet. Could you imagine how cool that would be?
And now it's going to even be even better if that's the way it's viewed. Like that, dude.
That's
how
a great
sick
gift.
would that be to have something along, like, or I don't know what it would be for all of us in our sports fandoms, like having the lineup card for the Braves World Series game. Like how sick, like the one in the dugout framed.
really
Like,
cool.
man, that'd be a badass. That's a
Yeah.
cool gift. A couple more quick thoughts on historians because I'm not going to let this die. Somebody, let me see here. We have multiple people who work at museums texting into the show.
Okay.
This one is from somebody who has a degree in history from Washington State.
Okay, go Cougs.
Go Cougs. Definitely need to have a history degree to say you're a historian.
I agree.
work at the High Desert Museum in Bend.
All right.
Too many people only look at things from a singular point of view who don't study it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now another one. Hold on. I got to scroll here for a moment, but it's too good to pass up and read. Yeah. Hi, my name is Adam. I don't consider myself a historian, but I work at the Bigfoot Museum in Boring, Oregon. It's a pretty cool job. I don't have a degree. We do field research. Are we counting Adam as a historian? I did not know that we had a Bigfoot Museum in Boring, Oregon.
That's right up the road from my house.
Is it really?
Boring, Oregon is a 10-minute drive.
Have you ever
from
been to the Bigfoot Museum?
I have not. Oh, you know what? It's right off of. I think it's right off the highway.
I think you need to do some show research.
I think we're going to need to go to the. I want to go to the Bigfoot Museum. What do we got in there?
I know where it is.
Okay.
Because my daughter had a soccer pizza party, like
kind of
right
close
next
by.
To it. Yeah.
Go check out Bigfoot for a second.
Well, okay. So a
Shout out to
follow-up
Adam.
question is like I think he's correct in saying he's not a historian. But
yes,
you can absolutely
works in the
be
museum.
well versed in the history of when
No doubt.
Bigfoot became a cultural
Yeah,
icon.
I mean, there's a lot of, like, if you go to a museum, tour guides, they're not the historians.
No, but they know
they've
enough
been-
about it, the lay of the land.
I
Yeah.
did this a
Show
little
you
bit
around.
as a kid. I got super into Bigfoot for about 2 months.
You're a Bigfoot kid, huh? I was never a Bigfoot kid.
I just thought the idea. I loved Harry and the Hendersons.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a great movie for me.
That's true. That picture of the guy, the walking Bigfoot,
Yeah.
that famous iconic one,
The Patterson film.
that'll rattle you.
So I went to the library and I rented borrowed a book from the library on Bigfoot, and I read all about that Patterson film, and I was convinced it was all real. And then he admitted on his deathbed that no, indeed, he faked the whole thing. It
The
just
entire thing was fake.
That was an iconic strip of film at one point in the cultural phenomena of Bigfoot history.
It's probably one of the most recognizable photos in American history.
Because it was so far away, and
Yes.
it's in black and white, and it's a giant creature.
How cool would you feel if you were able to pull that off, too, by the way?
You had to, yeah.
Like if that was you came up with the idea and that picture you took circulated in every time Bigfoot came up
still
for
does.
decades to come.
People still air it.
Even though he's admitted it was a fake.
The whole thing was a setup, but man, it was a great setup.
We appreciate all our historians out there. Let's be historians together. It is time for the Sparta TRT Mail Sack.
Dirt and Sprague answer.
Yeah.
This is the Mail Sack.
Mail Sack time.
Mail sack.
Brought to you by Sparta TRT.
This is Sparta!
Committed to safe, simple, straightforward testosterone replacement and male performance therapy. Go to SpartaTRT.com for more.
Mail sack.
That's right, it's Sparta TRT Mail Sack, brought to you by, you guessed it, Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym, just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge, win at the second half of life, SpartaTRT.com.
You can't stop it from coming. Really? Really? Good Lord.
Well done,
That was
Swag.
such an unfortunate.
That's a quick turnaround.
You can't stop it from coming.
Mail Sack time. The last 8 NBA finals have had 16 different teams. 8 NBA finals. Have they really?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry. I got numbnuts over here making me laugh about sex with my wife.
You want me to play it one more time?
No, you can't stop it from coming.
Sorry, you want me to read the question one more time?
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah,
Yes,
dude.
please read the mail sack question again.
What's that? Never. The last 8 NBA finals have had 16 different teams.
Yeah, 2 teams every year.
In the last 8, there's been 2 teams every year? I don't think that's true.
Name the repeat.
Miami went twice.
Not back to back.
No, but in the last 8 NBA finals, if one team went twice, wouldn't that make it 15 teams?
Well, I think technically what they're saying is it's been 2 different teams every time.
Yes.
Not like,
yeah.
I think there's an in-between of what we're saying here.
The point,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because Miami has gone and lost twice in the finals. They lost to Denver and they lost to the Lakers in the bubble.
Correct.
So it hasn't been...
Unless they're not counting the bubble title, which many people do not.
Maybe that's a no counties for them.
Yeah.
I digress. The point remains, a lot of different teams have been there. If the trend were to continue next year and we get 2 new teams, who would be your picks to make the 2027 NBA Finals? My picks are Detroit versus Minnesota.
Ooh, so that would mean
So you would go
Minnesota.
you'd have to go 2 new teams in order to play
Now,
this game.
So you're not counting the Thunder here then, right? And according
No.
to you.
According to that logic, you're not counting a team who has been or won.
I'll go Lakers.
Lakers are, the Lakers, technically.
They went in 2020.
They went in 2021. They're in that time frame in the last 8 years.
Okay, touche. And I can't take Denver.
And you can't take Denver. They've won. Here are your candidates.
Minnesota would have to make a
You know
trade.
who's a
They're
decent
not running
candidate?
This back and getting to the finals.
Teams like Houston.
I don't think Houston's going to make the move.
I don't
wouldn't
either,
pick
but
Houston.
Philly. The Blazers, obviously.
Duh.
Yeah, the Heat are the only team.
They're the only team that's been twice,
so
right?
We've had 15 teams
in the last 8 years.
In the last 8 years.
Yeah, and the Heat went twice and lost twice.
The Heat lost to the Lakers and lost to the Nuggets.
Yeah, I don't know if I can
Cleveland?
pick anybody
Cleveland would
else
be in this in the
but
last 8 years.
Minnesota. I'm thinking the West right now.
Just in the West.
The East is easier for me to do
Clippers pull off a Jaylen Brown deal for the 5th pick, and Jaylen Brown and
they
Kawhi
don't have
Leonard.
To give Kawhi?
You keep Kawhi.
And then
I don't know
bring
what that
in-
doesn't make sense for Boston, but you get my point.
You somehow get like a guard in there that you really like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Clippers or Minnesota.
Dallas can't be it either because Dallas has been. I was going to say, could Dallas
was in
take the San
22.
Antonio jump, but they just went
Or
a couple
20
of years ago.
23, 24.
Yeah, I'm with you on Houston not doing it, but they of all the applicable candidates, Houston and Minnesota are
It
your
would
two
be Houston,
prime
Minnesota,
candidates.
or the Clippers.
Yes.
I'm going to say...
Unless some team totally overhauls their roster.
I'm going to say
with them.
Atlanta.
Ooh, Atlanta in the East. Okay.
I would take Atlanta, and I'm going to take...
the fighting CJs?
I'm going to take the Clippers because I think if a team is to get Jaylen Brown randomly in the West...
Ballmer's the most willing to go above the second apron and do whatever.
And they're going to get hit by some penalty, right? That
Yeah.
includes. So you try to make a move and get a Jaylen Brown knowing you're not going to have a draft pick that you even have left. Yeah, I would go that. I'd go Clippers and Hawks.
I'm going to go Philly in the East.
I like that.
Like Embiid obviously is a massive wild card. Got to stay healthy, but I love their backcourt solid for years to come. George, how many games did he miss with his PED suspension this year?
25, I think.
Chunk of the season. So let's not take steroids and get suspended, and maybe that you get Embiid healthy at the right time late in the year. I think Philly would be my candidate.
Yep.
And then it's got to be Minnesota. Minnesota is the easiest bet in the West, although I still think that's a tough putt for them to get over.
Minnesota's a good one. I just
OKC
think
and San Antonio.
They need to make the move.
You got to do something more. Yeah,
That team's not getting to the finals.
Swag, who you going with?
I will go with Minnesota. I think they're literally one good move away from having a team, and I will go with the Detroit Pistons.
What's the move Detroit needs? What does Detroit need?
Literally,
they need
offense.
shooters.
They have
They
no
need
offense.
shooters.
Yeah.
To space around Cade Cunningham.
They're not going to trade Duren.
No.
Is Washington going to consider moving Trae Young?
That's reportedly the deal is Miami. If they can't
If-
get Giannis, is willing to try to go get Trae Young. And if Washington's going to take Peterson, like we talked about earlier, Trae Young, Peterson don't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, they're the same guy.
They're trying to move off AD, so they're clearly in a restart here.
They're doing the let's acquire assets to move them rebuild where they got Anthony Davis and Trae Young and everybody thought, huh? And then if you end up flipping those guys for young pieces or draft picks, I think it makes far more sense.
What about Trae Young in Minnesota?
Yeah, I mean, that's not... Minnesota's in a weird spot.
Can Trae Young play off the ball? Because Ant's going to have the ball a lot.
I mean, Trae Young's bringing the ball up.
What's their draft capital look like now? Have they gotten through all the Rudy Gobert picks that they traded?
I take that back because they just got DeSomo from the Bulls, so that
Who was
wouldn't make
awesome
any
in
sense.
the postseason for
so
them.
I think to your point, it would have to be
Detroit,
a Detroit-type team that needs somebody.
Desperately needs a shot creator and a guy that can go get a
Because I
bucket
think
when things bog down.
Yeah, I think bringing Cade off the ball late in the shot clock is better than him just dribbling at the top of the key.
Yeah.
Everybody gaps up, and then he's got to go 1-on-3.
Yeah.
Who's Detroit's point guard?
It's Cade.
It's Cade.
But do they have like another? Like he's not in the traditional sense. Maybe they just don't have one. It was Ivy, and then he kind of lost it.
No, it's definitely Cade.
Cade, okay. All righty, let's see what else we got here. Mail sack time. Would you rather watch Game 7 with an awful commentator, like objectively the worst one in the business, or watch the game on mute with no crowd, no audio, no game sound? And
watch it on
I'm
mute.
taking bad broadcasting.
I can't watch a game on mute. It
I
would
can't
kill the
not
vibe
have-
for me.
Yeah, I even if the commentary is bad, they might say something funny worth bringing up on the show, and I need the reaction. Like, how would I have known watching that Game 5 that it was maybe a 60-40 crowd Knicks Spurs split? I wouldn't have unless I had the volume up to hear every Nick bucket get the kind of reaction it did.
Or the tip in from OG in Game 4 and the crowd pop. That's
you would have deprived yourself of the crowd pop on the OG tip, and that's a really good point. Just because the guy wasn't very good.
I've always thought about the idea
Or the
of
gal?
putting something together where you could watch a game just with the in-arena sound. I'd be down to try that a time or two.
They give that to you on League Pass once
Do
in a
you
while
on League
during
Pass?
commercials. They just go straight to the arena feed.
Kind of show you the...
And it's like you hear the games that they play.
Right.
The
So
WNBA has this as well. You just get the arena noise.
Yeah, just give me arena noise. Let me watch a game. I mean, I love my commentators, but there's times where you're like, I don't really need this guy right now. I know what's going on.
Dude, there's some broadcasters I don't like. I can't do it.
Yeah.
It's too odd to me.
Without the sound on.
I need, even if it's bad commentary that doesn't help me, I kind of need it.
I have a hard time. I find this with the quad box stuff on YouTube TV because I like doing that, and you can watch 4 things at the same time. The tough part is I have a really hard time watching the ones that the audio is not connected to. Does that make sense? Where you're not, because you can choose which one has the audio.
Yeah.
Watching the other ones while listening to, you're hearing the audio of one, but you're trying to watch another one.
Sure.
Kind of throws you off, makes it a little complicated. Mail sack question. Have you ever helped or gotten someone a job where you work and ended up regretting it? I'm going to no comment on this one and pass to you. Because I don't want to tell that story.
Dirk got an internship for a guy who got arrested. That's a great story.
Yeah, not good.
Not a great story, but
no,
really
a horrible story.
It's a horrible story.
But very serious crimes were committed.
yeah,
not
to
good.
say the least.
Not good.
Yeah. I mean, I've shared this before. Now, getting a job for somebody, that's a little different. Like, you know, I think I helped get Marcus Greaves in our building.
Yeah.
He ended up getting a job, and then he moved to Coin, and now he's in the ATL Shouty. I vouched for somebody to get an internship because they had an Oregon State tie, and back when we'd get in at like 10 a.m., he showed up at 10, and by 10:20, he was caught in our snack room watching Netflix. And I remember saying, because at this point, it was like 2 weeks in, he had already established that he was not
going to get a lot done.
A very hard worker for us in any way. He just wanted to be on air.
Nothing's getting accomplished.
And I saw him watching Netflix, and I go, What are you doing? And he goes, I'm watching Netflix. And I remember
he said, I'm taking a break or something.
I remember just going, you got here 20 minutes ago. And he goes, well, I usually take a break anyway. And I go, okay. And at that point, I quit. I did not like him. I was not going to vouch for him. I wasn't going to fight for him for anything. Right. I will never forget that, because that was me. Like, he emailed, I corresponded with him. I was like, hey, okay, I'll put in a word.
Yeah.
And they chose him, and he got in here, and he got put on our show. And 20 minutes after getting here, he was caught watching Netflix because he was mentally exhausted from doing nothing.
The idea,
like one of the more useless workers I've ever been around in my life.
Horrible. Nothing ever got done. It's so funny, the different thought process that people go in spots like that. I remember back to getting my internship here, and it was like, dude, I'll do anything over and above. Like, whatever you want, I'm going to give you 20 times the amount you want. You mean run the board for a Frozen 4 game? I'm giving you 17 play-by-play cuts, and not a single one's going to get used, but you're getting an email with 7. Here's a big save in the third
period,
period,
Isaac
bitch.
and Suk on the email.
And Isaac and Suk are getting that email, and our boss is getting that email. I'm doing anything I can possibly to stand out in order to get a job, and the idea of showing up and doing that...
Yeah.
It just, I don't that mindset is really, really interesting to me.
Now, I'm going to follow this up and be really honest here.
Okay, be honest.
I've also been given a gig, and I quit after one shift.
You did. I remember that.
Wait, which one do you...
There's one in our show timeline that I think you quit after one day.
I'm just one of those people that, like, when I do it and I don't like it, I'm not going to keep doing it.
I'm jealous of that for you. Like, there's an honesty level that you can get to that's good. Of like, this job are not going to jive.
I know I'm going to hate this.
I'm going to hate this. You're going to hate me.
Why waste my time and why waste your time?
Nothing's getting done here. See you later. Thanks for the opportunity.
It was the old bowling alley next to your high school.
Ooh, yeah, they tore that down, turned it into a Target.
Now
the Target's getting torn down.
Yeah, I remember knowing the manager, and they gave me a gig, and I was like, okay, so I showed up, and I remember just already showing up feeling awful. And I had to simultaneously go retrieve a gutter ball as one drunk jackass wouldn't stop rolling on the other lane. And then literally as I came back and almost died 3 different times, the lady goes, I need you to go to the bathroom. Someone just threw up. And I remember thinking, like,
yeah, I'm out of here.
I'm not doing this anymore.
How much are you paying me? $6.95 an hour? I'm done.
I didn't come back after I told her I was taking a break.
You just did the break and leave? Ballsy.
Irish goodbye.
You Irish goodbye a job. God, I love a good Irish goodbye. That might be the best of all time.
She called me twice. I didn't answer.
No, I'm not answering that phone.
My person that got me the job was like, hey, they reach out. What happened? I go, I quit.
I'm not doing that.
Like, did you tell them? No,
I'm not. No.
I told them I'm not showing up anymore.
I think they got the message. I think they're well aware of that. Somebody said I got a job for a friend a week later at training. They drug tested him and he failed for cocaine. Oh.
Which probably leads
Steve's
to you getting
gonna-
drug tested, right?
Steve's gonna be
Say,
great.
that's probably the worst because they're like, wait, you know this guy? You
It's a
hang out with this
ricochet
guy?
drug test. Now all of a sudden, hey, by the way, Billy, we're gonna need you to take a drug test. Wait, what about why me? I didn't do anything wrong.
No.
So have you ever gotten somebody a job that didn't go well?
Well, I don't know. People can. I mean, I don't get half the staff hired apparently. So. I mean. I was running the intern program for a number of years.
You were.
So
that was your gig.
I'll let everybody else decide.
That's a great response right there. We have some more Sparta TRT mail sack on the other side. Back after this, 105.1 FM The Fan.
1051 FM and 1080 AM.
Here's your update. The combined ages of Serena and Venus Williams is 90. They have won 14 previous Wimbledon doubles titles, and they will be back in action.
Great news
this
today.
year
Yeah.
at Wimbledon. They got a wild card entry. Should be tons of fun, and hopefully they can get a couple of wins and make that last a little while.
How about this? The Fighting Dan Lannings. They're involved in the World Cup.
Oh.
Yes.
What? Who? What are we doing?
Exactly.
We're in the World Cup?
There is a star of the World Cup in Mexico City, Merlin the Duck. Was
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a 2-year-old duck, and they dressed it in the national team colors of Mexico, and he's become an internet sensation, and they're parading him around Mexico City in his little Mexico jersey. It is the cutest damn thing you can ever see. They even gave him a little whistle and a name tag as he's just been paraded. We have an official mascot now in Mexico City, Merlin the Duck.
I have quit on my baseball team. They're unwatchable and terrible and fire everybody and trade everybody. But I do have one ray of sunshine. Bryce Eldridge. Since 2000, only 6 players age 21 or younger have posted a 400 on-base percentage and a 950 OPS through their first 31 games. The list of players: Albert Pujols in 2001, Justin Upton. I was a big Upton Bros guy.
I loved Upton here.
Upton here. I always wanted BJ Upton to be a Giant. Upton in it in 2018. Bryce Harper in 2013. Juan Soto was so young and so good he did it twice, 2018 and 2020. And now Bryce Eldridge. So, little light at the end of the poop tunnel.
There's your update from Dirt, Sprague, and Swag from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. We are in the middle of a Sparta TRT mail sack. Whether you're hitting the gym, just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines or claim your edge. Win at the second half of life. SpartaTRT.com. Let's
time to nut up or shut up.
The rest of the sack, Dan. I will.
I got a couple that I want to read real quick before you go.
Oh, okay. What are these? Are these mail sack questions?
Well, one of them's not so much a question. It's more of a do you remember? So I had a friend reach out on let's see, when it's been Friday. Random text, like wasn't texting with this person. They reached out to me
out of left field,
and they said they have a coworker that went to school with you. And so I responded with, did they go to high school with Dirt?
Oh, with me.
With you, yeah.
Okay.
And they said they went to school with Dirt since elementary school, and then they told a funny story about going to school with you. And I said...
Oh, what was the story? Is it shareable on air?
I basically was like, what's the story? Yeah. We literally work with somebody that he went to high school with that he doesn't even remember. And they said, oh, well, he should remember this. In third grade...
Third grade, I definitely don't remember that, but I'll take
it. He farted in class and got a lot of trouble, but he thought it was really funny. And for about a year, his claim to fame was being the guy that disrupted class with a fart.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Not trying to be a chotch.
I don't remember that, but I think it's 100% true. I probably did that in third grade.
I said his nickname is Dirt, so this would
I want to know names now. Can I get names?
Rachel, I don't want to give the last name, but Rachel was in there.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I remember Rachel. I know that.
Fame.
The claim to fame was I farted in third grade.
Yeah.
She remembers my third grade farts, huh? That must have been a powerful fart. Do you guys remember anything from third grade? I don't remember nothing from third grade.
Well, I went through this the other day. I can still name every elementary school teacher I had.
You can?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I can only name 3,
like,
I think.
easy.
Easily? Really?
Miss Young, Miss Roth, Miss Johnstone, Miss Retz, Miss Springer, Mr. Landreth. Boom.
I could do kindergarten Miss Tercey. I could do first grade Miss Duncan. They were both wonderful. And then I don't remember, until fifth grade. Huh? I remember Mr. Baugh was the best because he'd play like football and he'd come out at recess and he was into sports and we would talk. Like
that was my fifth grade teacher.
He was the guy I will never forget.
He was a big Duck fan, so there was Duck gear all over the classroom. We would
those
talk
ones
about
I always remember.
Elway winning the Super Bowl. Like, that was a big deal. He was a huge sports fan. Made it way more enjoyable.
Big farter in third grade. Guess what, boys? You know what? Still got it.
I don't think that talent leaves you. This one from the great Timmy Monas?
Yeah, what's Timmy Monas got?
He shot us a mail sack question. He shot a sign. It's a sign next to a gas station that says, "Fat people are harder to kidnap. Stay safe and buy lots of snacks here."
You're not wrong.
His question is, where have all great signs gone, and have you seen any great ones in your lifetime? Why don't more companies have fun doing battle with boards?
Shout out the Hoggies.
That is a great point from Timonis. Shout out for the question. I have not seen many good ones lately, and I think it's such a missed opportunity. There's a bar in our neighborhood that I remember when the Blazers went up for sale. They announced it, what was it, a little over a year ago? And they announced that they were going to sell the team. They had, I can't remember the exact phrasing of it, but essentially it was something along the lines of, "We have a donation cup for the, like, come donate inside. We're going to buy the Blazers." Or it was, but it was a funny way when you drove by that you would read it and you laugh like, "Oh, that's a solid sign right there." I think it's such an underutilized thing of businesses. I don't know why more of them don't do it.
The only one I can think of was a few years back, and it was a road sign next to a bikini barista shop, and it was like the itty-bitty titty coffee committee. You can't stop it from coming. And I was like, that's a great sign. I just remember thinking that's fantastic sign.
You know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
Time to drop trowel and hog out.
That $6 coffee now is $35.
It's gone up a little bit in price.
No, but if you want the show.
Yeah, that's well. You know,
I can't imagine that's just a $6 cup of coffee.
The second the nut hits my lip, I spit it out.
You got to wonder how long those cars are parked next to those windows.
Yeah, dude, what are you doing over there?
What are those phones? What are those conversations like?
It's like driving by a strip club at 11 a.m. on my way home. Like, why are there 8 cars in the parking lot right now?
The Pussy Willows really bringing it in today.
Mail sack question: does a hole-in-one from White Tees count?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah, no, it's no counties. Play the blues, you little bitch.
I wonder why he's saying that right now.
No, of course it counts. Of course it does.
Why would the white tee, the whole one, not count?
Yeah, I'm not a tea slob. I do enjoy, like, I understand the mathematics.
You mean tea snob?
Yeah, what did I say?
Slob.
Oh, tea slob. I guess maybe I am a little bit of a tea slob. I'm also not a tea snob, but I understand, like, the benefits of playing the blue tees. But yeah, if you want to play whites, you get a home one. Nobody's.
No, it's not like you teed off from the kitty tees.
Right. If you're teeing off from, never mind. Millsack question: with Wembanyama's dirty play during the playoffs, has he laid the foundation of being the new most hated villain in the NBA?
Oh.
After witnessing his play, I definitely will be cheering against him for the rest of his career.
You know, that's a very valid question. I just don't think you're going to jump the likes
Who
of
is
a
the biggest villain
Draymond and
right
a Dylan
now?
Brooks.
Those are the top 2?
Dylan Brooks, James Harden's still
Let me
up
ask you
there.
this. So,
you think Harden's a villain? I think people laugh at Harden.
I think it's more of a punching bag than a villain. This is because I don't disagree that people I think hate Draymond and Brooks more than they do Wemby. This is like the crazy and hot scale of like when does his
talent
dominant
make it more of a hateable
make
thing.
him more of a villain, right? Because the other
But
guys
certainly
are
more than Brooks and Draymond.
They're fine, like whatever. They're good players to have.
Well, who would be the second best player villain? If Wemby's one,
I think SGA is a villain to a lot of people, to be honest, with the way he plays and the flopping and
just flopping,
it's a
though.
different
He's not
style of
committing
villain.
acts of violence.
It's a totally different style, but I think more people watch him and root against him than watch him and root for him.
And maybe that's
too
villain.
loose.
No, we're talking about dirty guys taking cheap shots.
Okay,
stepping under Brunson, shoving him with your hand, like
Kicking
elbowing
dudes in the
Nas
nuts.
Reed in the neck, like that's some dirty man.
I'm trying to think of another good, like really good player who does. CJ was always a super dirty player.
I would say this from the finals because I had
Chris
finals
Paul
stuff on
was
the
this
show.
way. I think
I
for a
thought he
long
was dirty
time.
forever.
Super dirty.
That was one of the more disappointing takeaways I had because I understand not wanting to root for the Spurs and Wemby because they might be a dynasty and whatnot.
Right.
Seeing him be dirty and not be able to register his emotions and keep it in check, I hated that. Like, I actually think part of what builds it up, aside from winning the title, being the finals MVP, being the quiet, humble superstar, I actually think part of what helps the Brunson legacy is weirdly how dirty I thought Wemby was, and the 6'2" guy looking up going, I don't care, dude. I'm going to beat you.
Yeah.
Like, that's a huge thing. I was really disappointed to walk away from the playoffs and go, cool. Wemby's dirty.
Kind of. I was going to get to that segment a little bit earlier, and I'm glad somebody asked a mail sack question on it because it is interesting of the thought of Wemby coming into the playoffs to coming out of the playoffs. It does seem like the perception has changed a little bit.
Yeah,
that it's become more of a. I think there's a lot of people who are already against it because you're like, oh God, here comes this 7'5" freak that nobody's going to be able to stop.
Yep.
And this sucks. We have a dynasty because we do this anytime a team gets good, and then it usually doesn't end up being the case. So that's kind of where it started. In the aftermath of the playoffs, I feel like a lot of people came away from that run saying, "Screw this guy, dude." And it wasn't just one series. It wasn't one moment. I think we're smart enough and nuanced enough to understand mistakes will happen, or like a one random elbow should not ruin your entire reputation. When he had something in almost every series of the playoffs, there was something. From all the way back to when he
think
played
about
us.
the first possession against us in game one.
He landed on top of somebody.
Bodied the hell out of Denny, and they didn't call anything.
No foul call. And then you get the Nas Reed elbow. You get the
Yep.
stuff against OKC. Like, it just never, and then all the way, obviously, through the
So in your category, though, I think this is a different thing to separate, right?
Hated players and villains is definitely two different things. That's
KD
totally
is
fair.
one of these.
Yeah.
Luka, I think, is this for a lot of people.
I think
because
James
the whining.
Harden would fall into this category. He's definitely
Yep.
a hated player in the NBA.
Whereas, like, Brooks... Brooks almost just makes me laugh of his villainness, right? Like, I poke bears. And then you don't talk to the media.
When you lose.
Because you got owned. You're sitting courtside smiling. You've been eliminated, dude. What are you sitting courtside acting like you're trolling here?
Being a villain.
Draymond, who is a good player, but he's a role guy, right? He's an elite role guy.
Yeah.
Those are villains. I can't think of any, like, Wemby's probably the standalone. People are going to hate him because of the skill and the talent, but also the combination of he actually commits dirty play.
Yes, he's an elite player who is dirty when he doesn't have to be. And I think that's part of the hatred for SGA is you understand his talent, and you're like, why?
Why'd you flop?
Why?
But I thought that was what was great about Game 7.
Fall down every time you shoot the ball.
He didn't do it in Game 7.
He did not do it in Game 7. He did not. One more here quickly. Millsack question. Excluding ABA championships, which of the 10 NBA franchises that have never won a title do you think is closest to winning one next season? The Suns, the Jazz, the Pacers. Pacers are an interesting team next year.
The Timberwolves?
Clippers, Hornets, Grizzlies, Timberwolves, Nets, Pelicans, or Magic. Those are your 10 franchises who have never won an NBA championship.
Probably the Timberwolves.
I think based on our conversation...
Are we sleeping on the Pacers for next year?
It's just...
No, I don't think anybody's going to sleep on them.
What does Halliburton look like when he comes back?
Yeah.
There's an uncertainty.
The
Certainly,
Achilles injury, sure.
Yeah.
Because that just happened about a year ago to the day.
Yeah, he'll have the full off season at least of runway because it takes about a calendar year, right, to get back to kind of where you're feeling, and now you get a full off season. So, maybe he'll be a little bit ahead of schedule.
You know, a sneaky one in the conversation earlier that we're not considering, and I'm not saying they make the leap to title, the Hornets are fascinating.
Yeah, what move do the Hornets make to capitalize on their big year? Or do they just kind of run it back and say, let these guys grow?
No, they need some more pieces. I don't think they're a complete team yet. Certainly you expect a certain level of development with their young talent, but I don't think they're a complete.
Like, what's their over-under going to be this year? It has to be like 38, 39, 40?
It depends on
it
how
has to be in that realm.
How strong the rest of the East is considered. I could see him being up around 43 and a half.
Well, because you have Atlanta.
They went
Miami,
44 and 38 this year.
Miami might make a move. The
what,
Magic
what
are going
ends up?
nowhere.
What do the 76ers do? Do they run it back?
I don't think they have a lot of options. I think they're going to run it back.
And then how healthy are they going to actually
Nobody's
be?
taking Paul George and Embiid's contract.
No. And you're not moving Maxine. You're not moving Edgecombe.
No.
Because that's who you're going to build around for years to come.
But yeah, Minnesota, the Clippers are in this, right? Because they didn't get an ABA
Clippers
title.
are in it too.
Yeah.
But then they're the Clippers.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Great mail sack, as always, brought to you by our wonderful friends at Sparta TRT. And whether you're hitting the gym or just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge. Win at the second half of life. SpartaTRT.com. Let's wrap it up. Get you set for your Tuesday night in the world of sports. What are we watching? The World Cup's going on again today. We'll close it up next on The Fan. Welcome back in. Final one for us on a Tuesday. It's been a fun little show today. Never quite know what you're going to stumble into, but we stumbled into a lot today. Tomorrow is a very big day on the program because it is Jason Swigard's last day.
Well, not like his last day.
We don't know.
Going on
is
a
he
vacation.
coming back? Is he staying in Italy?
He's too addicted to this.
He'll figure out a way to call Pilots games from an Italian
He'll
coast somewhere.
never leave this. He will be 80
He's doing
years
them remote
old.
anyways. He's not traveling with the team. He's doing condo casts. He's hanging out in Italy calling Pilots games.
He will be giving
Look at the time
updates.
difference. What time will that game start?
With his teeth falling out.
I'll be 9 hours ahead.
9 hours ahead?
Yeah. 9 hours ahead. Okay. Last day. Are you excited? Have you mentally checked out yet?
Yes.
Not quite yet, but I'm almost there.
You're almost there.
Don't expect much tomorrow.
No, nothing's getting done. Nothing is
I
happening
didn't expect
tomorrow.
much today, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't blame you.
There's a difference
You
between
can't stop
like
it from coming.
You're
exactly.
God bless the beaver.
He's hoping that's his problem in Italy. When you're having like a 3-day weekend or whatever, like, hey, I'm just taking a day and we're going to the coast or, something fun. And, you can still have a good time on that trip. You don't mentally check out from work. You're just like, oh, look at that. Oh, okay, 3-day weekend. It kind of dawns on you.
Yeah, there's about a 24-hour span in the middle where you sort of forget about it for the moment.
You totally do.
But at the start, you're like, okay, is everything fine? Did I forget to do anything important? And then towards the end of it, you're like, okay, what do we? No.
When I went to Hawaii, I just remember that because you were out the week before. We took the 2 weeks off. You were gone for a week, and then I was gone for a week. Traded vacations, and I just remember that Friday feeling being like, dude, I'm getting on a bird in 48 hours.
I'm going to give all the takes.
I don't have a care in the world. What do you guys want to talk about? Let's do it, man. We'll get through the show today. We'll find a way.
Once we have a quick flight to Seattle, then it's direct from Seattle to Rome.
I am so tired of that nonsense.
The Seattle trip.
I am so tired of the Seattle flight.
Their airport sucks.
Their airport blows. It's not good. Nobody wants to go to the Seattle airport.
Aren't we called Portland International Airport?
How are we not rerouting these flights to Portland? We have a better airport than they do.
My brother-in-law just went to Taiwan. Guess what he had to do? He had to go to freaking Seattle.
You got to fly to Seattle first.
Well, it's actually better, though, than flying like somewhere to Chicago or New York or D.C.
I mean, that I
it's
agree.
better than flying from Portland to your destination.
So you on a long flight prefer to have it one long flight, not broken up in twos, get out and stretch your legs?
The flight leaves Seattle kind of dinner time.
Yeah.
So I would hate then to be in an airport on the East Coast at midnight, 1 a.m, having to flight changes.
Yeah, I see that.
Plus, it's another chance for your luggage to get messed up, all that sort of stuff.
Give me a straight shot.
You just wanted the straight shot?
Straight shot.
I mean, if there were any direct flights from Portland to Rome, we would have been all over it.
Oh, of course. They
there
just don't.
are not any. That was the
Seattle.
closest thing that we could get.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow's his last day. We'll see what kind of effort and focus we get from Swag tomorrow.
Well, I had
on
this
the show.
My brother-in-law is he's obsessed with staying on a boat right now.
Okay.
And so he shoots me, hey, do you want to stay? You want to stay on a sailboat?
Like he wants just to go sleep on a boat?
He wants to have a sailboat. He wants all of us to rent it and stay on it.
Oh, okay.
A sailboat or a yacht?
You can get pretty big sailboats.
I think it's a sailboat, but it sleeps 12 people.
Yeah, you can find sailboats that have a big undercarriage.
It's got a captain, and anyways, he goes through this. He tells
me
the
captain.
Tells me I don't know, not
I am
us.
the captain now.
And he tells me the price, and my jaw drops, and I go, I think I'd rather just
for renting a sailboat.
Yeah, and he's really into. He's a
if
boat
it's
guy.
got a crew and you're ordering food.
No, you bring your own food.
Oh, okay.
Bring your own food, but do they sail the boat for you? Or do I have to sail?
They
the
have
boat?
somebody. Yeah, they have a captain that sails.
They have a guy takes
So
care
I'm
of
already
it.
kind of like, we have a random guest with us, and I know he's a professional sailor man, but
I did that. I have some family who has a boat up in the Seattle area, and we once took one. We went on a summer trip to the San Juan Islands. And
that's actually where it is.
Yeah,
he wants to stay on a sailboat in the San Juan Islands.
A dope trip.
Really,
it was a ton of fun. It's like a whole different world up there. These little islands, and everybody's on their boat. I think it was, if I remember correctly, I was in high school. I think maybe.
I just want to see the orcas.
Yeah, I mean, you're
That's
just up
all I
there.
wanna
There
do.
was little mopeds that you could rent and like drive around the island. That was super fun.
I'm
You're
in
out
on
just
that.
chilling on the boat at nighttime. Everybody's like it's basically like a tailgate for boats, if that makes sense. Like because everybody's sleeping on their boat, so
Yeah.
there's like a fireworks show and a performance.
Well, he says you go out, and I'm like, how far out am I going? Can I still see the land from the boat? Because that would make me feel better.
Right, you want to see a piece of
Because I'm
land.
not a cruise guy. I'm
Nah,
an
I get it.
anti-cruise ship guy.
I'm the same way too. It's a little bit different for me when I'm with family, but I understand that point. Of like, we're out here in the deep blue sea.
But the price he was giving me, I'm like, aren't we better served to just get a beachfront house in Cannon Beach in August when we know the weather's going to be immaculate?
Stay on the coast.
Like literally out the back door, we're on the sand like we just did. Like I'd rather, I think, spend the money for that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. The San Juan Island trip was a lot of fun, but also Cannon Beach front side, like walk out of your back porch and you're on the beach is pretty tough.
It's hard to beat that,
That's
man.
pretty tough to beat as well. Your neighborhood restaurant group poll question of the day. They bring it to you every day on X, and dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations: San Diego's Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. If somebody calls themselves a historian, do they have to have a degree?
It ended up being yes, right?
The responses, as of right now, 66.7% of you are saying yes. You do have to have a degree. 33.3% are saying no. You do not have to have a degree. It's been a fun back and forth on our from our history buffs all day today, sparked by a text from a listener, and somehow Sparta sleeping with each other. You know, that happened earlier in the show. What are we most interested in the world of sports today? We have 4 more World Cup games today.
Yo, we have Mbappe and Messi playing.
We have France versus Senegal. We have Iraq versus Norway.
Yep.
Or only 3. I'm only seeing 3 games today. I think 3 games today.
No, there's one at 9. It kicks because it's midnight Eastern time, so they kick it to the next day.
Oh, okay.
That's
Argentina
weird.
and Algeria.
Gotcha.
That one should be fun.
Who's
I think
playing at 9 o'clock?
Jordan.
Oh, and Austria.
Austria.
You're correct. They're
That's an
9
odd way to do
PM
the
game.
scoreboard.
9 p.m. at Santa Clara.
How come we not play earlier than 9 p.m. in Santa Clara?
That has to do with when the first game starts.
The TV window.
For
and
whatever
stuff.
reason.
The comments from the Iranian coach.
I did not. No.
So they played.
They tied, right? Was there a draw? Drew?
They drew.
Drew did it.
And as soon as they got off the field, they were basically told to leave.
Really?
And that wasn't supposed to be what their itinerary was. And then they got shipped to Mexico.
Oh,
He's basically saying we're being super oppressed.
Yeah.
Because we're...
I thought we got an agreement. I thought we got a deal done.
Got to sign, seal, deliver the agreement for it to be an agreement.
I thought we have an art of a dealer.
We have an art of a dealer.
Okay.
He says he's got a great deal. The best deal you've ever seen in your life.
Well, one bit of good news at the end of the show. Chiefs players' T-shirts finally wore off. Or worked out. I can't talk today.
Yeah.
Rasheed Rice is out of jail.
Yeah, he was filmed signing out.
He's been freed. Free Rasheed Rice.
Yeah.
There you go. Good little show. If you missed it, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com. Add Dirt and Sprague on Twitter as well. And we'll tweet it out here as soon as we are done. Thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of our Tuesday. Fun little show. We will talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Firm. Harrison Meringue is next. You're listening, 1051 FM The Fan.